Oh, I'm freaking. I'm not smart. That's what I am. I did the wrong thing. Uh, yeah, I updated the stream title on Twitch, but not on YouTube as well. Did had to fix that. Okay, everything seems to be running smoothly. Arthur chess. Wait, is this? I wonder if this is the same Arthur chess that I know. 555, I don't recognize, but you know. Caleb, how's it going? Sorry, Shadrick, how's it going? I know that's what you prefer to be called. It's just, you know, it's just your username is not that, so. But I can see you're becoming well acquainted of the cooldown of switching chess names. You did. You dug that hole. It was a 2-month hole. Borat, how's it going? What's good? I mean, this morning the freestyle was pretty good. Not gonna lie. Pretty decent freestyle day. No, let's. Dude, I am hyped. I'm a little bit like I'm a little bit curious to see how it plays out. It's pretty rare that I've done time simuls, and it's a huge amount of people, so it will definitely be an adventure, to say the least. It will be an adventure, but I think it will be a good adventure. I think it will be very good. Yeah, I'm those who don't know, at the end of the month I'll be headed to Seattle. And Borat will be showing me around, be doing some events, which include some big finals. A 40 and a 50-person simul. So, still working on coordinating transportation. My nice guy, how's it going? Wait, that's now I get to take here for sure. I mean, you know, getting to the simul is probably important for, you know, most simuls. Probably. I mean, I assume worst case I can just Uber it. Blazing Heart, man, if that loading means like your brain's still loading, you and me both. If it doesn't mean that, then the stream's loading and I'm loading, everything's loading. We'll survive. Hopefully. Hopefully. Found a free room in your best friend's mansion, so you have to put, I mean, I won't be against being put up in a mansion. Especially for free. So here's the dumb thing about Rook C6. I'm just excited that I have like this Rook C8 idea. I'm not even thinking about the fact that I might just be taking this, although it's not so simple. Hold on. I gotta go. I gotta move. Ah. Zoom. Um. Okay. Yeah, bishop f2 is the idea, but I also kind of just maintain like a bishop e1 possibility. Ah, okay. Yeah, the time spending was dumb. I kind of feel like a king, dude. I mean, you're making Seattle sound better by the day. Ah! Oh, wait. It's fine. It's fine. We calculated this. We're smart. We're flagging, but, you know, that's a different thing altogether. Ah. Ah! Oh, okay, that was not the best way to win that game. Yeah, I mean, but Camu hasn't even heard back yet, which, yeah, we'll have to see. How much did I PayPal for that? I just skills. It was skills. It's just skills. Yeah, it was bad. Okay, I know it was bad. Man, taking the piece actually isn't the best because that counterplay is just so annoying. Yeah, I knew d4 was something to watch out for, but it's just not, like, it's not an issue here because my queen's on d2. And then I played queen e2. And now d4 is an issue because my queen is... I can't move the knight. Yeah, and he got too comfortable checking. He got too comfy. Oh, I probably should say this. It is a bit of an earlier start than I have been on game analysis for a while, and freestyle is still going, so I expect it to be a pretty chill. What the is Rudd doing? What? No, he's 2800. Are you kidding me right now? What the? This is a scam. He is smurfing. This counts as smurfing. I'm sorry. He's like 3000 literally every time. And now he's 2800. Like, that's wild. I doubt he still knows. Q leave. There you go. Infinite. Locked and reported. He's having a bad go of things, apparently. Alright, I'll pull up this game in the background. Hopefully it doesn't throw a fit. We've played this line before. It's tricky. E4 is the move. But I mean, E4 is really tough to find. Yeah. And I want to say... just take... Like, we've played this before. I'm pretty sure it was Rudd that I played this with before. Should I try and get away with this? Or maybe knight here, actually. Go for knight takes c5. Makes sense. One of these days he's gonna be super prepped here. Oh, h1 in the queue. Goodness gracious, watch out. Top-notch game coming at you. Is it enough? Probably. I mean, for a blitz game. I think it's fine for me though. Like it's still just a game, you know? Still a game. He has tricks. Oh, then he goes here. Oh, he still goes there. Okay, that's not... I'm actually confused on that. That is definitely not what I expected. You could go back. Well... I think this makes sense. I think this makes sense. Still messy though. Still messy though. Yeah, I think taking here is the right call. Cover e6. He goes knight d4. Why not queen? I mean, we got the queen takes c3. Problem is I want this square. I wanted this square for my queen, and with the knight there, it's not open up. So we would have seen a similar thing. He threatens my queen and then takes. But I just, you know, I want to be able to sneak back. Want to be able to sneak back. Okay, this is getting a little sketchy. I'm gonna try and play fast here because I think this is gonna come down to time. I walked right into that, eh? Oh, I walked right into that. And he was ready to. He just shut down. He shut down my knight. That's wild. Yeah. Yeah, I'm okay. Usually I give him 2 games, but yeah, we gotta jump in. We gotta jump into the analysis, and honestly, yeah, I don't want to play him while he's 2800. Normally I would keep playing him even with the rating, but like when I have a good excuse. Okay, let's do a quick check. How's freestyle? Sid, how's it going? Mole, how's it going? Paulius, how's it going? Mikey D in the queue, let's go. Yeah, I gotta work on my knights apparently. Okay, Hikaru, let's this is the switch. Magnus, better in an endgame. Car winning. MVL winning. Fabi looks like he's pushing for a win. Would be a very good comeback for him. I mean, he finished 0 for 3 and then go 3 for 3. That'd be crazy. Harjun struggling though. He's doing the reverse of Fabi. He started 2 out of 2, lost to Drew. Timar really needs to win though, so interesting. All right. Let's see this game from Mr. the Shark. Oh, aka English Shadrick, aka Caleb the Chess Shark. A 10-0 game. Oh, by the way, Paulius, you said it was early. Yeah, so honestly, it's more that I've been starting late with this game analysis. I've been starting closer to like, what, an hour and a half past now, which is just, yeah. I don't have the best explanation. I mean, last week was really just I wasn't gonna go long or as long of a stream anyways, so kind of made sense to start later, but 2 weeks before I didn't even do it. I wasn't feeling well. Dopey Cobra, thank you for the follow. Sensible Pete, I am doing okay. How are you doing? Okay, I'm trying to take all of this opening in, and what is happening here? D4, I mean this... I don't think D4 is supposed to be a move, normally. Not here at least. Like, I feel like the place I see it is usually like you bring this knight out first, before, and then it is. And it shouldn't be a huge difference. Maybe it's okay. Maybe it's okay. But, yeah, I mean, it's definitely a little sketchier with this knight having to drop back. It is, wait, it's engine best technically? Wait, really? D4, hold on. I gotta, what? D4 is engine best, or at least up there. Maybe give it some more time. Why is it still showing, what? Okay, hold on, you guys gotta see this. What is this? What is this? Why is it? I hover over D4 and it's showing the starting position. It's almost like it's saying, okay, hold on. Better than this. Go back to the starting position and play D4. That's the third best. So go back. Wild statement. Extra cheese, how's it going? TNA, yeah, TNA fills up pretty early. Although someone might drop out. I think if you keep an eye, like if you really want to play. You also can email. I do believe the website has a... Randy? Oh, let me adjust this. Thank you so much for the follow. On the down low, just between me and you, Sid, do you think the website has a soft cap? And then, like, if you email them, they might have a few spots open. So, just if you really did want to play, I am planning on being at the center tonight, yes. Yeah, hello, radio. I'm doing okay today. How's it going for you? Your games? So far, I'm learning that D4 is in fact the move here. Okay, let me pause here. Am I completely wrong? Is d4 what I'm thinking of? And bishop b4 comes later? Maybe I'm confusing it, because I'm more familiar with this bishop b4 stuff. Or, no, it's not even knight c6. Okay, what am I even thinking? I think I'm thinking of this line. Here, here, here. No, here, here. d4 here. Because this is a lot more common. Bring the knight out to c3 first. So, knight c3, because playing knight f3 here, you run into e4. That's why a lot of people, I think, play knight c3 first. Okay. So yeah, knight f3 is a little unusual, because it does open up e4. Normally, you play knight c3 first. That's the line I'm thinking of. Oh, Sid, okay, you do already know the tricks. Okay, good. Knight f3, e4 is fine. Extra cheese plays it. I mean, I don't think it doesn't look too crazy, but it's strange. Yeah, I feel like I'm trying to think if I've ever seen knight f3, because I used to play this as black all the time. Or g3 first, yeah. No, definitely more unusual. Okay, so far d4 we're fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. So it gets a little bit more interesting here. Your opponent does play bishop b4. Okay, this is common in these positions. Take this bishop for the knight, because these squares are very important. Here, going okay here. Can't complain, to be honest. All right. A lot of okay people all around. Before the knight gets chased around, but you do get the advantage. Okay, so you're just aware. I mean, I'm just taking it in. Right? It looks very funky to me. What is... Okay. So this is the first... Like, there's definitely some other moves to consider up to this point. But a6 by your opponent is probably the first, like, big... What? To me. Really... I don't understand. What is the goal? It's not even that important. I'm just processing. Do you go for f3 here? So my gut reaction is actually probably playing like c5, and then you look to put pressure more on the queen side is my gut reaction. But admittedly, like, some of these positions I think are difficult to, at least for me, fully evaluate. I found it to be a lot more comfortable to play like a g3. I sometimes get something similar when I pre-move, because when I'm playing bullet, I almost always pre-move knight f3, and people play e4, and so I've gotten some very similar positions. And yeah, these structures over here, because black can get an attack quite quickly if you're not paying attention, can be annoying. So I don't know. I don't personally love d5. a6, I still don't know what it does. Most people play d6, knight c6. Wait, in response to d4? Mouse slip, you wanted a5. It would make maybe more sense. I mean, at least like the rook somewhere down the line can get there. Yeah, I feel conflicted with d5. Because again, I'm kind of thinking about these pawn pushes. Just, you have these double pawns that I think you can actually utilize, understanding he wants to push here. And as he does push and he does trade, it opens up. For example, that's why I wouldn't say I love d5. d5 seems very natural. But you take, you're going to play c4. Like, feels comfortable. If the pawn wasn't on c3 on the normal b2, d5 would probably be a lot more of a consideration. In this case, yeah, I'm not sure about it. Part of it, I'm also thinking about the dark squared bishop, because this bishop does want to home at some point. Might be a little bit more difficult. So you go f4. And your opponent forgot that en passant is forced, so he didn't play e takes f3. I don't know about this. I don't know about this. Like, I definitely feel like he should take, because after this, you play, you know, what Pauly has suggested, knight b3. And everything in your position makes a lot more sense. But after takes, what's the plan? What are we doing? Dang. And there's a fancy idea here too. If pawn takes, which, okay, probably not the best move. Looks like knight g4 works. Take, queen h4, and then you just, okay, you can't pre-move it. Knight f3, that is probably the best move. But, okay, it's not probably, it is the best move, because otherwise it's checkmate. But yeah, this knight g4 is annoying. So you have to, I think you have to take with the knight. Bishop e2, castle, castle. Wait, bishop e2. Oh, you're saying like after f4, knight b3 and that? Yeah, I mean, here I think just queen e7 and... How do we evaluate this? No, oh, you're saying like instead of f4, bishop e2. Yeah. Bishop e4 seems pretty reasonable, but I like a lot of this stuff you're dealing with from the knight, I just don't think you need to deal with if you don't... Oh, you like even before, yeah, no, d5. Like even if you want to play f4, I feel like now is probably the better chance to play it. Because now you do have options, like taking with a pawn actually seems a bit more interesting, and then hoping, you know, down the right line you can get a center. But I think take with the queen, and then, you know, you have pressure on f5, you could develop the bishop to d3. Yeah, just playing bishop e2 should be possible as well, and castle. Yeah, d5 is not my favorite, and then f4 also my favorite because of this sort of simple take, and then it just feels like black is a lot more open, or has more possibilities to create threats. So he played knight eg4, and suddenly a lot of what you did seems to make pretty good sense. And he takes d5. Yeah, also kind of a strange decision. But he's going for the material. Okay. He graduated from grade school recently. But you just play knight takes f5 here. I can't see what you did play. But knight takes f5. No way, opponent played knight g4, that's illegal. En passant is forced. Move really is nice. Just get the arbiter and say he lost. Imagine a world where en passant really was forced. It'd be a beautiful world. The only time world peace would ever be achieved. It would change calculation. Yeah, so you have to consider the forcing moves. Checks, captures, threats, and then ops. Man. It'd be wild. Yeah, you just take f5. Okay. Bishop d2. And it's a bit messy, but shouldn't be. Like, I almost feel like there should be a win here. Like, bishop b4. Or I can draw arrows. Take, knight d6. If he goes there, then you take knight f7, and you pick up the rook. So he has to go king e7, but then you just pick up the knight. Or, that's bishop. You pick up the bishop with the knight. So bishop b4. Final answer. Knight d6. Okay, you take first. Does it change much? It changes a little bit. I think it is better to check first because of the king going here. Because after you take, this knight plants itself on d5 and can actually take your bishop. So I think he has just a slightly better defense after king f8 with the knight here, because then you take and he can actually take your bishop and end up not down a piece. Or if you play it here, like he's down material. He goes here, and then you check, or then you trade and then you check. Or he goes here and you take with check, and he can't touch his bishop. You read your sights. Wait, on the G. Oh, you're gonna take, and the knight takes g7. Oh, you also graduated from grade school. Okay, so a bit of a tactical miss. So, spoiler alert. Push that button. So, in general, like, let's go back to this position because we're getting to the forcing moves. Because here's where you can take g7. There's a big reason I'm hesitant to take g7. I love pawns. Taking pawns, great. Taking pawns can often lead to winning games. Absolutely true. But the way I see it is you have this aggressive potential. His king's still in the center. Okay, yours is, but your king is much better protected. You have this aggressive potential with his king still in the center. And here, the thing I don't like about knight takes g7, just in general, and I'm thinking about this probably back here when it first opens up, is he plays king f7, creating a tempo or creating a threat. We drop back, and then it's black to move. So yes, it's a pawn, yes, it's a check, but you sort of give the initiative to your opponent. You give them the tempi in a position where both of our kings are in the center. It's a fighting game. Like, the tempi feels more important than the pawn. Now, the deciding factor of that is going to come down to actually calculating. But that's what really would kind of push me personally, I think, to consider more like a knight d6 rather than this. Because, you know, it's just about keeping the tempi, keeping the checks, keeping the attack on the king in the center of the board. And now, a little nervous because knight takes, hits your bishop. Ooh, know. I don't know. Yeah, knight takes, protects, hits your bishop, and opens up king takes as a possibility. Soup, how's it going? Enelcore, how's it going? Yeah, so you did need to take on d5. You drop back h5. How do we evaluate this position? So he takes, which I agree with, and then probably should play like d5. And all in all, you're actually down a pawn. Norderbeck is undefeated in second. What a swap. Like, so something, I'm gonna get distracted for a second here. But something that was brought up recently, and I watched a bit of the C Squared podcast where Fabiano talked about it, but Hikaru called the candidates a bit of a lottery. And the thing that Fabi pointed out is, like, that's not really a different, like, that's not different than any other tournament. And this kind of is showing that, right? Like, Norderbeck is up there at the top. And how unexpected is it that he was going to play, you know, literally last minute he replaces Hans and could completely change the results of this event. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Soup. Oh man, you're eating. What are you eating breakfast? What are you eating for breakfast? Castle queenside, so d5, castle. No, cool. Yeah, but are we not worried? It's fine, I guess. I guess it's fine. Because this capture after bishop g4 would protect the knight. I don't know. I'm feeling like I prefer Black's position. His piece placement isn't the best. The pawns, like, it does feel like you are somewhat stopping them for now. He's still underdeveloped, but this knight placement, it's kind of awkward on h5. You almost forgot about the Q. See, that's... Steven, the first game usually takes me longer than any other game. And we just weed out those that weren't truly ready for game analysis. Was this rapid or classical? Can't believe they both spent less than 3 minutes. This was 10 minutes. Yeah, they're playing fast. They're playing fast. Always 3 eggs and oats. That actually sounds like a pretty nice breakfast. Lord Among Us, dude. It's been a minute. How's things? Beginner players, how's it going? Best friend. God sakes, you haven't got a game review here in a month. I mean, you tend to join the queue decently late. I think you have a good shot because, okay, the month, saying in the month is not, hear me out. I didn't stream 2 Mondays because I was sick. And then I did a shorter stream last week. So you're right. I do believe you're right. But forgive me. Yeah, your opponent did not. Yeah. Whoa, Sid, oh yeah, that makes sense. Actually, that you whooped him in the ping pong. Dude, I mean, I have to imagine the tennis experience shines through at least somewhat. Demand a double game review, then I'll forgive. See, I'm a bit of a jerk in that I'm just not gonna double game review and just go with it, but I will. I'll get through the queue, I promise. We got lots of time today. Hey, Landon, how's it going? Welcome. Don't worry. I was getting to your chat. Landon. Used to be very good, but haven't played really since 2020. Ooh, so it's like came back to you pretty well. You've been seeing Tony all over Insta lately. Nice. I assume on some Dina videos. We'll get through all the queue. Yeah, guys, believe. No, E2. Wait, can you make E2? No. No. Did I move? I did. I guess it's not a conversation amongst the family. But yeah, I moved back in August last year. No, beginner players. I'm a jerk. I'm a jerk. Don't worry. Sometimes I'm stubborn, sometimes I'm a bit mean. I just hide it sometimes. Yeah. No, I don't think he could get E2. He could get close. Maybe with King D7. Take. Yeah, it's close because you're still threatening both rooks somehow, but because you never took the knight, rook D6 exists. And you can't put the king here because then the pawn just gets pinned. Pick the rook. Can you please explain to people bullet isn't real and we'll never get a bullet rating? OTB, it's only meant for online. Bullet is the most real chess. Bullet is peak. Chess just goes downhill the more time you add. Wait, how did this game... So, I accidentally skipped... How does this game go 30 more moves? Oh, that's how. Okay. You don't know... I mean, I also don't know why you didn't take this pawn. That's, yeah. Dang. Alright. Wait. Okay. I keep thinking it's over and we're finishing this game and then... Just for the record, just push the pawn. Just push the pawn. The king cannot catch it. You do not need your king support on this one. The king, if the king is behind the file and it's your move, like, always it can't catch. Okay, there are a few like technical tricks, but we won't get into that. But in a situation like this, where it's just your pawns and their king, like they don't have pawns, so they don't have any tricks like that. You just push for glory. You only had 6 minutes. Why do you play rapid if all you want to play is blitz? This is like blitz, but like you don't flag. That's like. You both have probably spent less time than a 3-2 game would have been. What's that? I don't get it. What's the point? Okay. We just need to confirm that the technique is stressful. The technique is stressful. I'm a bigger fan of G7 because then you can just march your king to F7. No stalemate tricks, nothing. Now you have to be very careful about stalemate tricks. You can't just bring the king to any of these squares. The easiest win is what, this? But also kind of nervous. A little bit nervous to give up that pawn. Gotta make sure you calculate that through. See, and now you brought your king here. And again, gotta make sure. Okay, you found the right square. Woo! That was... Wait. He actually started spending time. See, so here's the thing. Here's the thing about spending time. Right? You got to this. You got... Where do you get? You had a position with 6 minutes on your clock. Super easy win. Super easy. You could have taken 30 seconds, 20 seconds even. I bet with 20 seconds, you find G5. You could have taken 20 seconds, and this game finishes in, 30 or 40 seconds. Or you can play fast, mess it up a little bit, and then you had to spend 2 minutes and be very careful of stalemating your opponent. So closer to a draw, and you had to spend more time. A little counterintuitive, but this is quite often in chess, like taking that little extra time actually saves you time overall. Being precise on wins. That's why, like, if I have a ton of time, I have a fantastic position in a classical game, I will almost always start taking maybe even more time. Because I know, hey, I have the good position. I won't need the time at the end, right? I have a good position. It should finish before I need lots of time at the end. As long as I lock in and am precise early on. And overall, it will tend to save you time. But overall, I think it was a pretty decent game. I think D5 and F4, like the pawn pushes there, I wasn't the biggest fan. I think you just kind of opened up some squares for your opponent that you didn't need to. And then knight takes G7. That was actually a pretty big miss. Your opponent self-destructed in the endgame, but I think you could have just crushed him there if you played knight d6. And took your time to make sure. Sometimes you gotta bring that king in. Sometimes. How do I fix ending every 3+2 game playing with 5 seconds on your clock? You pre-move. No, I mean, when it comes to like 3-minute, with increment, without increment, the time spending, it's tricky. I tend to be someone that will take a little bit more time early on, and I think I overall do better. How do you send a game when all you have is a PGN? Chess.com messages, Twitch whispers, yeah, those actually, let's stick with those options. I was gonna keep going, but let's do the quick result final standings check. Wow, Magnus and Abdusattorov did win their last rounds, so 5 out of 6, which likely means they're guaranteed to go through. How many rounds are left? Wow. I guess it would be, they played 6, so probably 5 tomorrow. So very, very good chance that Magnus and Abdusattorov, unless they completely self-destruct, will be through. Vidit, Rapport, Gukesh, man. And Kaimar also currently on the chopping block. Those are the elimination spots. Bobby managed to get back up there. Good recovery. But check Hikaru versus MVL. Wait, it's a funny ending. Wait, Hikaru was... Oh my goodness. Okay, I didn't see this one. Wait, c6 wins. Playing c6 after doesn't? Okay, I assume MVL found it, because... Oh, does it just come down to the fact that after taking, the rook is now hanging? So it's better to have the rook on d3? Wow, it makes that much of a difference. Which makes sense, because, yeah, take b5, knight a5. Yeah. Karu. Oh, and he had mate in 5 here with c6. Just threatening c6, b5. Yeah. No, Hikaru. Oh, you can't see the H file. Well, that's a good. That's an important point, I guess. Yeah, he is getting a queen. He does have a queen. But yeah. No, Hikaru, he mentioned this. I saw interview, like, when it comes to just like checkmating his opponents, he like hallucinates a little bit as of late and messes up. I don't think he's tilting. I just think it's, yeah, you know, it happens. It happens. Squirrely, I'm glad you agree. Oh, Sid, bye, by the way. Missed that. Hopefully I didn't fully miss. Okay, so Steven, clarification. This is your game, right? Your game. I'll also get rid of this for now. Tony added that, and I understand why he added it, for puzzles. What board is this theme? This is the freestyle theme. This is the freestyle theme. Specifically. You're white versus 2300 FIDE master. 2300 FIDE master. Sid's long gone. It's okay. I'll see him tonight. Sometimes, you know, a lot of chat. And I'm easily distracted. How do you change UN on chess.com? Your username on chess.com. I think you have to reach out to them. I can't remember if they, because they used to have it where you could just change it one time. But then after that, like, you would have had to reach out to them. So they might still have where you can change it one time. I'm not sure. I've always had to reach out to them, like the last 5 times I've changed usernames, because of just different reasons, actually. It's not even one particular reason, but different reasons. But you might be able to. It'd probably be... I'm not going to pull it up because, I mean, I don't remember all the settings, but it'd either be... like, it'd probably be in settings somewhere. Oh, did they change it to where you can change it every 3 months? Okay, that's different. Chitakov, thank you for the follow. Okay, wait. Dun, 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 Steven. What the frick, radio? What is wrong with you? Oh my goodness. Well, we just lost chat on stream with that. No, it's not. It's not an auto ban. It's not an auto ban. I'm very fast at deleting, is what that is. I'm very fast at deleting messages. But I am gonna start timing out people if you guys do that. Like, I don't even know. I want to be nice here, but like, what? What's wrong with you? Jeez Louise, guys. Okay, but say, like apologizing in advance and then doing something doesn't make it okay. Like you're acknowledging that what you're about to do is wrong and still doing it, like it almost makes it worse. Easier to get forgiveness than permission. Yeah, but you're a little bit lucky as like I see something like that, my gut reaction was to ban the person because I think a bot and I think bots saying stuff that they're not supposed to. So it was a pretty close. Like I had a very quick switch to delete, but it was pretty close to like just brain auto delete. Got to do it the okay. Here I will forgive. I will forgive. I will forgive. If you guys show up for confession, gotta confess to Father Tony. You did not know what the art was. You didn't remember that picture. Freaking. Okay, let me. I gotta see. I want to have chat on stream, but you guys freaking can't do stuff like that. The problem is like even if I delete it, it doesn't remove it from that too. So like I have to full blown switch. That's okay. It's okay. Just don't do it again, or or we're gonna have some very lengthy timeouts. Ugh, goodness gracious. Okay, anyways, chess. Does chess even exist right now? What the... I was really not expecting that. I was especially from someone. That's more of a regular in chat. I was not prepared. Alright, I think we're good. Don't do it again. Don't do it again. We have chat back up. Good. We're here for the chess moves, not alright. Alright, this is all theory. Wait, what is the time control? What was the time control? Steven, I feel like you told me, but I got too hung up on it being a 2300 FIDE. Infinite. Okay, that's better. You should Infinite, you have to see it from my point of view though. Like it still looks really bad from my point of view. Like if you don't have chat, because chat is very vertical for me. So it still kind of looks like the last image. With the DJ circles being the you know what. Anyways, all theory. So this is a 90 plus 30 game. Wait. I'm saying it's theory because there are a lot of games here, but I have some concerns. So let's go back. Let's go back. All right, extra key sounds good. So this view, so a lot of games, right? 102 games. This is not, or at least it doesn't feel insane. But the thing that we should point out, yeah, the win percentage for black is massive. Like, this is ideal for openings. This one right here, 41% to 30. Like, that's Sharkz Goose. Pretty sure this is a positional trap, so you should definitely take the C pawn. You mixed up theory. Remembered A6 castle, B5, D takes C5. Here you need to play D takes C5. There's a reason you never see it in Twitch chat. Yeah, you guys are definitely convincing me that if I want to have chat on stream, that maybe it should be blocked. Sevi, how's it going? Anyways. So, as far as people that have made the same mistake as you, this seems like the direction. And with bishop h6, it actually makes it a little interesting. Now he needs to play f takes c5. Which he does. And now, okay, now we're getting to... What did radio do? It's okay, we're moving on. Each one. He was expecting b4 at some point. Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's in any rush though. Like you don't need to play b4. Like, I don't think you want to play a3. Even if you did, you could play a5. So it's just, I guess it's just if you're worried about knight takes b5. But even then, like, I don't think he's worried. So he can just keep this in reserve. Give it, you know, leave it as something you have to be annoyed by. Sometimes having done everything is a good thing. Okay, he does take. You push. Of course, taking is probably to avoid, I guess, issues with this. But there's some. Okay, I just want to see it. We're gonna just computerize this for a second. Queen f4, bishop f8. Now you do play knight takes b5. Okay, no, it's... Yeah, so all around you're just playing for practical chances. Like, there is a variety of things you can do. Make it, I mean, even that. Queen f4 and then knight takes b5. Yeah. It was definitely something. H1 was definitely something, but it's okay. We're moving on. Now it's wilds. Okay, H4 allows for rook H3. Your opponent takes on d4, and you're still just trying to checkmate him. Which, of course, works quite easily if he takes. Just point this out. That's checkmate. Blocking with the bishop doesn't help because you have so many pieces ready to take. So bishop f6. And now you take b5. How do we feel about this position overall? I mean, Steven, it feels like your pieces are coming together. So there's definitely a side of me that likes the practical chances, but I feel like this should just be losing for you. H1, just wanting to poke the grammar bear. Try to evaluate this. That is a big... Okay, I just need to understand your attacking ideas, though. Say he plays e5. How are you creating problems for him? That's the one thing I'm not liking. On off on an ad break. All right, all right. Twitch Turbo actually is a pretty decent investment. We actually did get Twitch Turbo because, I mean, especially when we raid someone, like it's just so annoying to, because you know we want to intentionally raid a variety of people, and you did get a headshot raid. I'm immature. I'm gonna let's try it. Yes. So e5, what's the attacking idea? I don't see it. I don't see it. I mean, maybe there's just an idea to take some material at some point and say black doesn't have attack, but like I feel like there should be at least something, and I'm just not quite seeing it. I mean, maybe there could be something with knight g5 at some point, but rook g3, king h8. There's no like crazy sacrifice. E5, and we changed the stream from chess to Tetris. Yeah, I mean I'm not convinced E5. Okay, it's what he played, so maybe maybe I'm. Oh yeah, I guess it protects this, but I guess we just see. Oh, I should have just looked at what was played, honestly. I don't see the follow-up to this move, but I guess I was correct. It is a move. Maybe you go for f7. Okay, let's... evaluation means very little. I'm just curious. No moves. -1. Actually lower than I would have thought. E5 is not the best. And that's tough, though. Rook g3, knight g5 seem like a decent threat, but that we're still not threatening anything, right? Like, not yet. I guess knight g5 and then the queen comes to h5 at some point, and there's something there. Why play this on either side? Just play a d4. You could. All right, let's turn the eval off. That's true. Trapowski. Oh no. It's not peak D4. No, it's no London. Radio have Twitch Turbo and a superb setup for ad blocking in general. Sub where you hang the most, justifying the cost of the streaming service like Netflix. So as long as just extra content I like that, I'll be subbing even when I have Turbo plus 0 ads anyways. Everyone should back up their go-to streamers. No, I do agree with that. Like I feel like subbing is like a good to support. Definitely just like a good support. Queen F2. So potential pressure down the F file attack. Here's the thing. Okay, let's have an honest heart to heart about analyzing this game. I spend a lot of time on game analysis. But, you know, 2300, I don't know what Steven's at, but like 2300 rated players in a 90 plus 30 game, they should be playing better than I should in like seconds or like a couple of minutes of evaluating these positions. And I feel like this is a good moment to really highlight it. Because Queen F2, I mean, it's like, I don't know what's going on here. It's just like a little bit. Now knight takes H7 is actually a consideration, which is kind of wild. I don't think it works, but it is starting to become a consideration. Knight D6 was played. I just glanced. Knight D6 was played. Okay, that's pretty simple. Queen takes F6. No, I mean, this position has continued to be like, let's flip this from Black's perspective for a second. These positions are brutal to play. I remember a game I played against Grandmaster, I think it was Alexander Injik, years ago. And he just sacked a couple of pawns against me, and I knew it was unjustified, but actually defending it, really tough, because he sacks it for initiative, and like the defensive mindset is so much more difficult than the aggressive mindset. I am starting to feel like something's gone wrong. Like if you have Knight D6 on the board, like when back here, it was kind of a struggle to say, hey, what are the threats? Because there are threats, but they take like 3 moves. But now is a different story. Like Knight takes H7 starting to become a move. Knight D6 is a move. There's some crazy worlds with like Queen F5. Okay, Knight takes G5. Interesting, but like a lot more ideas are starting to open up. There's some awkwardness even with Bishop takes F8 that you can't just simply take back. No, it's a very different story. Bishop takes F8, Bishop takes G5. See, like this? Even this, it feels like Black's holding on by the skin of his teeth. Like Rook takes, now Knight takes. Like the Knight kind of holds everything together. The Queen holds everything together. So you take. Black seems okay here. Actually, I mean material is even, but this pawn center seems playable. Has anyone else noticed that thousands play worse chess in Rapid than Blitz? Like I win way more in Rapid without even using my clock. That's because nobody uses their clock. Imagine if you were that 1,000 player that actually used their clock in Rapid, but could still play pretty fast. Yeah, knight c7 does, I mean, is a consideration, right? Because then if knight takes, then you could take here. Take, and now rook takes. You can't take the bishop back. Like, it's pretty wild. And then comes the 800. You have a local friend, radio, where you live, that is a real 800 player. Stop 100 blitz games in one go. I win almost 99% of the games, but he always takes 1 or 2 games from me. Dang. Nice, nice. Dang, it makes me a little sad. H takes does seem like the move, but it does make me a little sad. Yeah, I wanted rook takes, but take, and f6 seems to save the day. Yeah, then you wouldn't be 1,000. As soon as I played 96, I saw bishop takes, h takes, knight f4. Knight f4 here is what you didn't like. I don't even know what's happening after queen takes d6 yet, though. Yeah, I honestly definitely gonna come back and look at this game with the engine just like quickly. Okay, I was thinking g6, but oh, wait, what's the material count? So you've lost a piece and 2 pawns. Sack the rook. Radio, I do agree. I do respect someone, even if they're losing quite a bit, who's just willing to keep going. Oh! You have bishop d3, rook h1. That's pretty wild. Wait. So take just absolutely nothing still. I mean, it makes sense, but no, c takes d3, you'd play bishop takes f8. Oh yeah, that makes even more sense. Yeah, defending, it's hard. Never know. Well, it's not going to be an 8-hour stream, but it'll probably be like solid. What did we start? 5 hours? Yeah, knight f4 only move. Bishop takes f8 technically was the best because of knight f4. Let me switch so you guys can see this. Knight c7. Wait, knight c7 here? Oh, just The material consideration gets me because I think like, oh yeah, White's just trying to checkmate, which of course like that's ideal, but there's also in the back of the mind there's just the fact that you could just win material. um, maybe just focus on the position at hand, Depichka and radio. Like this seems like a pretty like I didn't even see what started this little bit of back and forth, but seems pretty inconsequential. Just I wouldn't stress too much about it. I think you didn't like bishop e6. But now knight takes h7 comes to life. Dang, taking that knight's real bad. Real bad. But yeah, now you just do the same thing, queen f2. But you've gotten... It's like 100 elo max. It depends on the day. Oh, you mean bishop e6 after knight c7. Okay, but I mean, like, worst case scenario, you play knight takes a8 and you're just starting to pick up material. But what's wrong with the same queen f2? This feels like a win. Infinite, always the troll. Do not engage. Do not engage. Right? Seems nice. Seems nice, in my opinion. Not to say that I calculated. Okay, I should switch back. I was looking at it from Black's perspective because I felt like that was a pretty good insight to just how scary it looked. But now we're looking at some of the aggressive options. We can go back. Yeah, but I guess if you miss knight f4, it makes sense. Because this is just crushing without knight f4. But that's always the balance, right? You have like these material captures, threats, you have just kind of slow, like just stopping threats moves. These positions are really tough to play correctly. Really, really tough. And earlier, like where did it... Interestingly, I mean, it kind of goes wrong with e5. Early king h8, what if you continue? Knight g5. Maybe leaving this square open for defense is positive, or creating some of his own threats. Knight d6. See, but this is tough. This is tough to play like this. I mean, it looks real good when the computer says -2, but... Yeah. It almost seems like e5 was the problem. Just because having that square to place a knight for defense is very useful. And you do kind of feel it around here, like... Even though he has a lot of pieces, the defense just feels awkward. It doesn't feel like he has a lot of pieces there in defending. Yeah, the f8 rook was quite chill. So, I mean, of course, the definitive mistake for him was not playing knight f4, but... Man. What was the time situation? Like, how long did he spend before queen takes d6? Because I have to imagine this is a pretty nerve-wracking... It's got to be a pretty nerve-wracking moment for you, because if he takes d6, I would expect, like, you've already seen the checkmate, but now you've spotted knight f4, and, you know, okay, still hard to evaluate, but, like, it's a game. He missed bishop d3. Yeah. He's probably planning on this. And spent, like, the time he spent was probably calculating and then evaluating this. He played queen takes d6 fairly fast. That's pretty wild to me, actually. Because even this, like, I don't see this as definitive enough that I would be confident in going into this quickly. Like, even this, which is... This is not the checkmate version of this line. Black is... I mean... It's still very much a game. And my gut reaction would be to take white. Like, that would be my gut reaction. Now, it's not that simple. You guys can see from the moves, but you take d6, you have a fork, black's king is open. Okay, on further calculation, we can say, oh no, black's fine there, but and that's a crazy move to play. Like, I hope he was really low on time playing queen, because that's a crazy move to play quickly. In my opinion. Okay, Mo. Okay, no worries. Yeah, wild game, Steven. I think even though you messed up in the opening, you definitely... I think you played it pretty well, handled it pretty well after that. Alright, Mo. No worries. Bigger win is to still have abs. Wait, who has abs? What well, wait, what? Wait, was that in the original? Alright, H1. I don't even know what's going on in chat, if I'm being honest, at this point. You guys lost me. Somewhere in the back and forth of there's a disagreement, and then there's abs, and Savvy has an 8-pack of... I don't know if that's... Could be an 8-pack of soda. I don't know if we fully clarified that one. Alright, H1. Whoa. Is this a rapid game? H1 has a rapid game? Hold on. You also got confused because you had another game with C4. This F6 idea, but I think that was Bishop E7 without me going Castle Queenside. Yeah, that's something I went through a lot when I was still playing the Nightorf. As far as move order, because I mean the Nightorf setup in the main line, very well aware of, you know, bishop here, knight here, castle, but then, you know, remembering exactly which bishop to play when and when to play the knight, and sometimes your opponent could allow d5. There's a lot of really trying to establish that in my brain. Me neither, Kayden. Well, I'm glad I'm not the only one. You don't drink soda. Alright, so the other substance. The best game yet. Bishop B5. Pretty topical stuff. Pretty topical. Let's go back. Well, I'm not. Let me leave this view on for a little bit. Actually, just kidding. Let's go this view. This view. Yeah. '94, pretty rare move against the Ross Limo. Yeah. But okay, the typical lines here, they're not the funnest Sicilian. In all honesty, like, they're just not the funnest Sicilian in my opinion. Like, there's a reason I play G6 first. Because the capture, like, it's a game. It can go either way, but and your opponent did take on D4. Now, normally knight D4 might be a move with G6 first, so G6, or no, what am I thinking? I'm thinking knight C3. Yeah, knight D4, nope. I am thinking of it with G6. Knight D4 would be a move here because you take and you threaten the knight. I think the reason it's not as played and probably not as good in this line is because, yeah, he should just take and there's no threat, and then he just castles and continues life pretty normally. But he does play knight c3, and now this all kind of makes sense. You go for e6. Okay, no, I mean, this seems... He can't really take, or at least it's a lot more inconvenient because this knight doesn't even have e2 to draw back to. All right, let's go back. Let's go back to this other view. Jenny, you finished 39th of 75 people at the Olympiad. Not too bad, considering I didn't have a calculator for the open questions and people around me were 2 years older. Okay, see? I don't know why you were so stressed. That's a pretty solid result. Did you still, like, going into the event, were you still stressing pretty hard? Okay, and nothing too crazy. It's back on track, and your position feels pretty decent. Your opponent taking, I don't think is great at this point. It feels in the wrong direction, but he's probably hoping for something with f4. I think the reason I'm not fully convinced is because... I mean, I feel like you have your own ideas of a breakthrough, but you also just have a clear file now that you could try and create some threats on. Knight f6. Okay, so you're never worried about this because of knight d5. Your opponent does the big maneuver. Oh, your opponent's trying to actually play on the queen side. Just saw it as a fun day, but if you had made it to the oral round, aka the top 10, I would have advanced on that stage. Hey, but you're getting that experience. You're, you know, you're working through it step by step. It's the, what was it? The economics Olympiad. I don't know fully what that entails, but Danny was stressing hard about it. I mean, it's not terrible. What your opponent's doing doesn't feel awful, but it's just so unusual for this position. I mean, with the pawn on d4, what Infinite's saying is like very, very typical. And here, I don't know if they're going to get the progression on that side of the board that they're hoping for. Already, I mean, you're starting to have some interesting possibilities with, like, b4, trying to either trap this bishop, or if he takes, you take on c2. It doesn't quite work because d4... actually, yeah, it doesn't quite work. Doesn't quite work. d4 is going to get taken, but you play e5, so you solidify that. Okay, in fairness, he does have to be a little bit careful of f4, because take would be a big problem for white. Take in d3. It's just a trade overall, but starts to really open up black's pieces. Like this opening, because the other lines seem more well-known, and this is a fun blitz opening. Well, I hope it's a fun rapid opening, because, you know, committed at this point. Opponent plays rook a1, be expected, but now you're queen b7, and I mean d5 starting to shape up. Bishop d, what is this? Just This is the most, like, reasonable but surprising way I think I've ever seen white play. Like, this is just such a big focus on the queen side is very unusual to me. Savvy, what a pro tip. Strange to see established 2300. This opening because the L lines. Wait, who plundered a queen? Now you understand, Janny. Now you understand. Okay, b4. I mean, I guess you're not in a rush to play this because the bishop doesn't have a move. Well, no, maybe he should play bishop b4. Like after h6, bishop b4. Yeah. Is playing b4 yourself better? It feels like you tie yourself up a little bit, but he's very tied up. It's coming. Oh man, radio, you peaked. You peaked. Spoiler alert. No, no spoilers, no spoilers. Infinite, for some reason, I just feel like your fun fact is just you continuing to be you. Oh, wait, bishop b4 maybe isn't the best, though. Is there a knight takes e4 idea? Wait, hold on. Go with me for a second. No, don't go with me. Man, it doesn't work. Doesn't work. I was thinking take, and was hoping for knight takes e4 and something like this. But first of all, he has queen d2. Second of all, he has bishop f3. Third of all, I'm delusional. Not knight h5. You go knight h5. Whoa, he doesn't trade the bishop? That's insane. I'm sorry, but e takes d5 feels like a just... like, what in the world are you thinking, Ty? Like, it's such a simple... I know you want to attack. I like what you're doing. Knight h5 seems reasonable. Okay, I still think probably b4. Like, you could do the same stuff. You just play b4 first. Yes, you will have to watch this pawn a little bit, but I think it's worth it to really shut down anything he could be doing. And then you're going to still go for a lot of the same stuff. But the fact that he doesn't take this just is crazy. And even taking here also feels kind of crazy because, like, there's a real world where, like, your knight finds its way to the c3 square now. Like, I actually don't know. I don't know about queen takes. I'm actually wondering about knight f4. No worries, radio. No worries. F4, because d6, knight h3. I just want knight h3. Like, literally, I want to play this just to play knight h3. Because how good is this? I mean, come on. That would be amazing. And if they don't do it, because I'm assuming they should play bishop d2, or at least I'm thinking they should play bishop d2. So I want to be ready with knight takes d5 as well. Okay, other moves after knight h3, because that's a huge threat. If they take here, we play knight f2 anyways, sacking the queen. They don't get enough material for it. They could avoid at least losing the bishop and play bishop e2, but no, I'm insane. Mighty Black Guy, how's it going? Feel like it's been a good minute. Yes, this is game analysis. Depichka back from the Ed over after after ED. Game is strategically over after. I thought you were saying like, hey, I was in an ad and like this game like is just over now after. Let's see. Let's check it. Okay, so nope, it's getting worse. Yeah. No, but it's just like it's more just the problem with ED. To what Depichka is saying, like he doesn't want to play this move anyways, which is what makes it surprising. I mean, I'm sure he was hoping at some point, like his dream is this knight lands here or something. I'm actually really confused. He takes Diaz. I'm not even sure what he's hoping for here. Maybe he just felt like he's defensive and wanted something. Maybe he just was hoping open and it leads magically to something. Because even knight here doesn't make sense for him because you have f5. Queen, I mean, when's the queen ever going to get there? The bishop's blocked. Yeah, it's a very strange move. Very strange. I look at myself in first grade. I look at myself now and basically say, never mind, it's not that different. Dang, what a roast. Your job has been wearing you out, Mighty. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I just want you to know that you were missed. Hope everything is going well with the job, even though it's wearing you down. Does knight h3 work here too? No, knight h3 doesn't work now. Knight h3, yeah, we have some problems. We have some problems with they can just sack the queen because they're winning our queen back. But yeah, f5. f5 did happen. Okay, but now prime time for knight h3. Prime move. Stubby, of course you're missed. Now, you might be a little bit more missed if you didn't talk a lot about someone crapping in their pants, but you know, overall, definitely missed. Love it, just sometimes the kids get too crazy. You work in education? I know you didn't see it H1, but, you know, the queen sacrifice! From queen blunder to queen sacrifice! Okay. We still don't know about the blunder. That's a mystery. Yeah. This is a big part of, like, when I talk about weak points, one of the things I like to think about, I call them tactical weak points, anything that's hanging or being attacked and defended the same amount of times. And this is a great example of it. This pawn is being attacked and defended the same amount of times. Attacked twice, defended twice. And so even though it's being attacked by the queen, it feels like we can never take this, it's still worth noting that as a tactical weak point. Because Gary Kasbavarov, thank you so much for the massive raid. Sorry, the huge raid. Hope the stream was awesome and everything you hoped it would be. Am I hallucinating? Okay, wait, I had a typo. I think we're good. Big shout out Kasparov, welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. Yeah, nice. What did you do on stream, Kasparov? Devian Radio having a moment. A move looks terrible. But, I mean, I guess your opponent's at least getting something going. Now, I'm glad I can see you did take on Passant, which is good. It's a forced move. But if you were feeling extra spicy and like breaking the rules of chess, this is tempting just because of the pressure against d3 and the fact that it's a fork. Now I haven't fully calculated d takes c3, but like he takes and well, he could take here. I don't know. I haven't fully thought it through. Pretty wild. Okay, he does take. Yeah, I'm thinking queen e6. Thinking queen e6. If I didn't space a move for white here, I am feeling like this may have been the move. I mean, bishop b3 might be the only. If there's some tactic, but that take and he can't go here because the knight f2. Okay, probably not then. The other move that would really make me like this is queen b3, but queen b3 doesn't work here because this check. There you go. Hey, everyone likes to know someone cares, right? So you go after this knight, queen c5. Here's the problem. I actually believed H1. What I mean by that, H1 said this was the best game of chess he ever played. So, I see some potential in this game. There's some good things happening. And then he played Queen B3. Now, it gets even worse because I know the result of this game. I'm questioning it. I'm somehow thinking the PGN to this game was secretly altered. But I know the result of this game. And it should not be what it is. I don't think we need to dive too much. And supposed to promote. See, the mistake you made, H1, is you didn't sack the king too. That was the problem. Plus 12. I'm so stressed for your opponent right now. I'm so stressed. If he takes your pawn... Okay. Wait. Bishop c5. And it's kind of messy already after rook takes c2. End the time. Hold on. I may actually prefer black at this point. Like, just with the time situation. And the threats. Hold on. He takes, yeah. What did the queens do to you? Why don't you win the queen? Why? What is this game? Why is everybody not 2300 rapid? How does this happen? Like, when people talk about, do your calculation, grind the tack, this is why! People at 2300 rapid are still learning how to win games up 12 points of material! There's still improvement! Okay, not gonna lie, like, this can happen, but goodness gracious, this is just not what I expect to see in a rapid. If he plays King G30 at some point and gets mated by Rook G2, okay, he at least took the pawn. He's gonna Everybody's he's gonna play King F2. We knew he was gonna play King F2. I mean, yeah. That one, yeah. And he just flags so hard. Okay, I want to go back. I want to go back to one moment in this game. Because Rook C1's a huge problem. And B1's a huge problem. But I assume White has to be winning here. But is White winning? Hold on. Because Rook takes B2 seems like the best move. And then I'm not convinced White's winning. Here. Like, this feels in drawish territory. With the lack of pawns. Best game you've ever played. Good night, defeated at home. I don't question the messy nature of this game. I question submitting this game for you. I mean, I'm happy I saw this. You know? I'm happy I saw things. Yeah, and the time situation. Yeah, that's it. That's peak. White's not winning here. Up +9. So the swing with bishop c5. Let's let the evaluation cook up a little bit. Let the evaluation cook up a little bit. And we're going to see how insane this swing was. Okay, the depth seems to be pausing at 24. So at a lower depth, you guys are trolls. At a lower depth, this was an 8.5 swing. That's not even how much it swings if you just hang a queen, usually. Like, it's like a 6-point swing in evaluation if you just, like, straight up hang a major piece. He hung his everything. Now, mind you, hanging everything is still better for white. But, yeah. You didn't see... Well, the thing is, okay, not you don't see h4, okay, but, like, queen c5, it's the same idea as bishop c5, but so much better. I think he got greedy, right? He's taking this bishop because he's a greedy son of a gun. And then he actually he's just like, this is so easy. I'm taking all of this guy's material. This is the easiest win I've ever played in my life. Just continues in that way of thinking. And then all of a sudden, it's like, wait a second. This would be really embarrassing if I mess this up. And he starts freaking out. Because not only do you have a mate threat, but it's actually a little annoying to defend. And in his freak out, he's like, oh, just don't get mated. And then you're like, wait a second. Am I down material? Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm not down material. Well, okay, you are down material. Anyways. We're gonna forego the fact that Rook C1 wasn't played, and just let's move on. What a game! What a game! Actually, how was it instead of Queen B3? I even forgot there was a game that existed before Queen B3. Yeah, I think en passant was not the best. I mean, that position compared to this position looks so much better. Mikey, yeah, it is your turn. If I move 42, the AI says it's me in 12. Yeah, I mean, but at this point, it's a flagging competition. At this point, it's all about the clock. That was your best game. Pure mental. See, what you need, though, H1, is you need a game that leads to a position like this without this, right? Think this, but not reliant on your opponent blundering his face. Because if you sack a queen and you go for something like this, and it's chaotic, that's a plus. But if you forget your king's getting checked after bishop takes b3, different story. I thought it was going to be an actual good game. H1 told me that it was his best game ever. We're seeing stuff exactly like Knight H3. I'm like, dang, H1, Knight H5, Bishop G5. He's cooking this guy. And then C4 happens. I'm like, okay, he does take en passant. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I could see how this could turn into something brilliant. And then Queen V3 was played, and we had to walk away. We had to leave. We had to come back and understand what that game actually was. Ugh. All right, Mikey. So far, nothing too crazy, right? I mean, H3 is a bit unusual. Yeah, you should go Knight F6. You should go Knight F6. Kayden, I'm hating. A little bit. I mean, I was hyped to see your best game ever. I was hyped for it. I was set up. I think if you had said that was your worst game ever, then I probably would reverse it and I'd be like, you know what, H1, you clutched at the right time. You kept fighting even after a huge blunder. Like, I would be there for you. But you set me up believing it was unbelievable, and now all I want to do is be like, that game was so bad. But hey, in fairness, you did lock in, you kept the chances, you gave him problems. There is a lot of truth in that. So, for the record, Mikey, from what I'm seeing, after H3, you play Knight F6, right? Put pressure on that E4 pawn quickly, because your opponent didn't play C3. A little improvement. Black actually has very good win rate here. Knight E7, I don't know if I fully understand. I mean, yes, with D4 happening, you want to be careful of E5, but still feels a bit surprising. All right, H1, take care. Take queens with you. You'll need a spare. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a world where you have to be a bit mindful of the knight on F6, but it just doesn't. Like, you should plan it in a way where you are getting knight F6. The evolution H2 chess. Okay, here's the thing. H1. If you're still there, he's probably gone already. But if he did an actual, like, hired someone to do a Pokemon evolution style, and he changed his name to H2 chess when he hit a certain rating, I would be there for that stream. Like, I would love that. That would be so funny. He played his position so bad that the opponent got complacent to the point of not converting 100% winning position. I mean, the mental gymnastics, that game, for sure. Radio. I mean, absolutely mental gymnastics, but it's crazy. I can't believe. It was a roller coaster, and then some. Okay, somehow this turned out. I don't think I like your opponent's D5 move. Because you're... Strangely, I'm kind of liking your position. I didn't expect to like this, but aura farmed him H1 with the aura boost after that game. Yeah, I'm thinking he should have just developed for now. Got his pieces out. Maybe even bishop b2 as well. And it's more awkward for you with your opponent having the central control. Go tell that to a mirror. I mean, H1, you know, looks in the mirror, checks his aura every morning. Has himself them positive affirmations. And gets going. Yeah, this turned out. I mean, your opponent went for a little bit of hope chess here, throwing that queen. I mean, it's not the worst case of hope chess because the queen could have some benefits in the long run, but he definitely should have been developing first before doing this. Like, the bishop never landed on b2, and now you have your bishop on d4, which feels decently annoying for him. So overall, good stuff. Knight f4. Knight f4 is really tempting. Just to take control of those squares. What else? Yeah, I mean, it's my way of saying I don't know how I feel about king h8. I feel like you should also be thinking about development here. And you have a knight that could be better placed, kind of served its defensive purpose. Queen could be better, rooks could be better, bishop could be better. One of the kids was looking crazy and asked him what he was doing, and he said he was aura farming. The new thing. I mean, it's better than the skibbity. It is better. That dude puts himself in the mirror every morning. Who's winner? You are. Now, I bet H1 could give a very good hype speech. Like, if H1 was locked in the zone, he could give a really good hype speech. Omega Bob, so you join the queue, and then when your turn comes up in the queue, you can send a link to the game in chat, or you can send it to chess.com messages to himself. Dang. Unfair. He just left. Can't roast him too much. You have to roast him to his face. Much better. I'm stumbling a little bit on what exactly black should be doing. And it's to me about breakthrough, right? When trying to plan, I like to think about piece placement, breakthroughs, so pawn utilization, and threats. And breakthroughs. I mean, I feel like king h8 might be preparing f5. But you also open up some squares where that could be dangerous, which is my hesitancy there. I want to do something more with like c6, a5. Gave him nicknames when I was talking about his chief. Omega Bob's so close on the command. It is Q join, but without the second exclamation point. Don't see the 960 then board. Show me where you found it. Wait. Don't see the 960. Oh, theme board. I don't know if you can access the theme. I haven't found that. If you go to the event, that's the theme for it. Maybe prepping against knight b5 later. Yeah, I mean, I do think like a c6 direction, even though you might create a weak pawn, could be... Oh, but then I guess we're making sense of king h8, because queen takes g6 we have to watch out for. So maybe a good start is actually bringing the queen out, where you're going to defend against that. But you're also ready to potentially take queen takes c6 if you want down the road. That could be one way. You could also do a5 and then look to put pressure over here. d6 is not a concern yet. We can take, and that will protect the knight on g6, so that seems fine. But yeah, knight f4 also does come to mind as a possibility. I mean, king h8 is not the worst. I'm seeing more and more of the idea of it, but I just feel like you have other moves that would defend these same threats, knight f4 or queen out, that are going to be a little bit more effective. Well, radio, yeah, I mean, not necessarily to his face, but even like when you know he's around. Foo's chess. Don't know if you've seen it, but there's a Dina video where she's paired against you but claims she did not know you were GM. Was that for real, or did she merely fib for entertainment purposes? I don't know the exact video, but likely she did know I was a GM. Ollie snuck in there. Yeah, I don't know the video. But I also don't... Like, I don't know if Dina is the most upfront, but... Like, no, not like... Like, doesn't say, yeah, this is... a skit or whatnot. But I don't think she necessarily tries to hide it. I think it should be clear a lot of it's for entertainment purposes. I mean, that's content, right? To be entertaining. Yeah, I don't know. Radio with all the peeking. You're peeking. So quick clear. We go through the queue. When your turn in the queue comes up, you will see congrats, you were selected, or I'll tell you that you're picked, and then you can drop the link in chat or send the PGN to me on chess.com messages. Yeah, I'm worried about e5. That's fair. But I don't know if I like this move from white. I mean, defending that pawn with... Like, I would... Let's try and activate a piece that's not the most active. Play rook e1 feels like the better way. Because now... I mean, Radio said there's a brilliant move here, and I do believe it, because some tempting looking ideas with sacrificing. Sochi, how's it going? And that's a pretty cool hello emo. I like it. No worries, Radio. Yeah, I take, and something with rook f4. I'm thinking like take king. I don't know, go somewhere. King h1, maybe. And then rook f4, like this type of stuff looks really interesting. It's got some potential. Voiceovers in the video are hilarious. Yeah, it's Still good. And one of them, like one of the videos I was in, I think she does highlight at the end, like shows us setting up. So it's where I pretend to be an old grandma, and like she has a little snippet at the end where it does show it. And I don't know if it's hidden, but it is pretty entertaining. Like that video in particular, I know it was a ton of fun to be a part of, and we were laughing quite a bit. But is this the absolute best? Okay, we would have to go here to protect. Yeah, and then Queen H4, and I mean with the threat here and the threats here, I don't know if that's the absolute best, because there's also some consideration to like Queen G5, but Bishop takes H3 is looking good. Let's check it. Oh, no. Okay, that makes sense. So this is a similar idea to knight takes H3, rook F4, which does work. It's equally as good. But also just Queen H4 with the discovery threats. Just the discovery threats? So, okay, I'm just to play a move. Rook B3. Okay, that I just immediately hung the queen. This is what I actually want. A move that doesn't hang the queen. Okay, because now rook F4. Okay. So very similar vein to rook F4. But yeah, bishop takes H3. Quite nice. These moves are a bit trickier when it's like you're taking and then you have this mix of like really good threats, but also just potential to take material, right? That's what Queen H4 is you're just trying to take material as well as you have some threats, and that's what rook F4 is. Those moves are tough. This is the exact same position I played out regarding the rook move, attacking the queen. After that, white is losing. It's sacrificed. Yeah, I mean, that's tricky. That's tricky. Definitely the consequence of your opponent moving. Like, the queen seems okay placed, and your opponent using that to take the pawn was definitely questionable. Bishop F5. He takes E5, but Queen G5 now. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Lots of good alternatives. Believe it. Wait. Did isn't that 3? Okay, the attack is looking mighty scary. So, you know, I don't think it makes a difference. I think my key at this point should be winning. But sure takes E2. I mean, bishop E4 is what was played and also looks very promising. But I'm yeah. Anyways, bishop E4. Whoa. Yeah, Omega Bob. When it's your turn on Twitch, just in chat, totally fine time. He won with 80% accuracy, saw all these mating ideas with discovery and whatnot. Did not give him the win. His opponent believed his scam. Don't believe the scam. That's so when I talk about prophylaxis in chess, prophylaxis is, I mean, you can look up the definition. In chess, it usually means like preventing your opponent from doing something they want. So you see, hey, they want to do this, and you kind of ahead of time prevent it. But I like to view it in three different categories: where you prevent something, where you prepare for something, and where you ignore something. Because if you really understand your opponent's ideas, sometimes you just flat out need to prevent it. Sometimes you don't prevent it, but you just prepare for it, so it really lessens the blow or doesn't make it that big of a deal. And sometimes you ignore it, where you say, hey, you played bishop e2, I don't believe you. And you just take it. Omega, thank you for the follow. But knight f4 is looking pretty good. Prophylactics. Prophylactics. All the above. No, I'm crazy. 93. Yeah, knight f4, I think is wait. Okay, just a quick check. Boom. Bada bing. Prophylaxis. I don't see it. This looks okay for white. Maybe even like a turnaround. Alright, I wanna move on. So let's just do. That's crazy. Okay, so knight f4 does not work because a queen takes f4. Even though your queen doesn't fall right away, your opponent can calmly just take a couple of pieces and say you have too many threats, and does seem to be correct. That is crazy. So yeah, bishop e4, not it. I will say maybe just bishop takes d5 is, you know, we take a pawn, we open up rook takes e2 as an idea. Now knight f4 for sure works. Maybe just bishop takes d5. Lord Among Us, you underestimate how much time I take. Yeah, and there may have been some roasting that needed to happen. Wait, actually, in fairness though, how do you defend Mola Diaz? Hello? I'm not playing games right now, just doing game analysis. Yeah, okay, so not so easy for white to defend this position. As in, I haven't fully found it. You can join the queue to get ready when your turn comes up. Have your game analyzed. Maybe. This is definitely messier than it needed to be. Like, as much as we're looking at all these tactics, moves like bishop takes d5 should not be underestimated. Simple, take material, keep everything solid. Huge fan of these moves. Because here, I mean, I could believe black is fine, but I don't think this is fully what you wanted. It's a mess. It's a mess. Still attacking the king. Your opponent wasn't ready. Wasn't ready for the heat. And yeah. Yeah. And got toasted. So not terrible. Not terrible. Very interesting. I think overall, yeah, throughout this, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of how your opponent played. I like the knight f4 and going for the breakthrough. I'm a little bit hesitant with f5 as the breakthrough. I probably lean more towards this because f5 does open up some weaknesses for your opponent too, but I think their development was pretty shaky, so it worked out quite well in your favor. Oh, Mighty's down to play. 777 and blitz. You think you can make it to 850 today? Omega, absolutely, you could make it. All right, Paulius. He was ready. Don't get confused. All type of player is Paulius. Crash Dummy Rich, I'm doing all right. Definitely happy to be here streaming, and it helps. How are things going for you? Try to get rid of this 97 stuff. Yeah, that's a very good point as well. Yeah, if you just controlled the center, it could have been very difficult for you. Nick Zach. It's a Nick Zach paddywhack. Is this a line? Is this a thing? D6? Wow. It is, but apparently knight f6 is much more common. Judith Holger played it a few times back in 1994. Interesting. But this, generally not. Yeah, g6. I mean, okay, yeah, it's older line, maybe not the best anymore. It does seem to have fallen out of style from way back when. But this definitely, I don't know. I mean, as much as I like playing g6, it's very difficult to contend against the center. It's why when I play against the Alpine with g6, I play these d5 lines. It's to at least have like some presence in the center. Here, like, you can get away with this, but from experience, if you're not careful, like, you can just get absolutely destroyed in these positions. Because I have gotten, like, absolutely destroyed in these positions when my opponent gets e4, d4. It's a thing. It's a thing, extra cheese. You just play whatever you feel. Okay, that's one way. Extra cheese, that account is like his account on a computer, and then the other account is his mobile account. Oh, it's a thing. Gives way too much of a free hand to white. The bad Hertz perk. Question: if I know how perk is actually supposed to be pronounced, can I still just call it perk? Because I like perk way better. It just sounds more pleasing to me. Yeah, Pierce. No. It's not a guess. Like people have actually told me this before. I don't know. I Ugh. Like the chess player in me is like, let's pronounce things correctly, but the weird looks I get from people that are like, what are you talking about? When I pronounce it the way it's supposed to be pronounced, make me think I should just say it the way everyone else is thinking for the most part. This is not bad for black. It's like best case scenario, 0.5 for white. Is it though? I don't know. I'm not 100% sure on this a4 move. Because the value of the a5 square and not being able to kick out the queen cannot be worth it. I love perk, but I just call it perk. Alright, beginner players, good luck. Don't hurt yourself. Yeah, and gives up the b4 square. Yeah, and it really isn't too bad down the road if you contend with like a4 and then attack this one. So maybe a little bit of a slip. You probably should just play bishop d3, but I think this setup is actually working out quite well for you, Polyus. Knight c6, queen a5, like it is somewhat reasonable. You actually have some clear places to put your pieces now. Everyone pronounces cheese like cheese, but if instead of cheese like geese. You hear me? You hear me complaining? Never give in for the masses if you know you're right, but yeah, it's not giving in for the masses. It's just I'm lazy and don't want to have to explain it. Yeah, f3, bishop c4, 92, maybe solidify on e4 with the f3 pawn. I don't hate it. But yeah, this is definitely not gone fantastically for white. Much more reasonable. I don't know about that move too. Oh, I guess if knight b4 though, knight a2. Wait, that may actually make sense. Lord Among Us, you're swindling people in a 15+10 game. Nice. Both Pierce and Perk are fine pronunciations. One is technically correct and one is English correct. English correct. It's some of the phrasing. Like, you can say things quite terribly in English and people will understand. It's like I could say, hey, I'm going there later, but I could say there later I go. And it's bad phrasing, but you understand. Or later I go there. Like you can take like any form of those words, and people for the most part, if they're English native speakers, will understand what you're saying. Wait, now there's only, or after one move. Okay, so after 95, there's only one winning move, and it is... Wait, really? Winning move? English correct, taking over. Davina, how's it going? Davina, I feel like you've been streaming more lately. What's going on? Everything all right? I'm doing okay. At move 14. Okay, so this is the move. This move, right? Or 15. Wait, this is important. Because I'm willing to spend the effort finding this move, but I also kind of feel like knight takes e5 should be the move. Good, at least you're better than Davina. She calls you extra. Well, you know. Well, no, I like knight b4 too, but what do you do after knight a2, Nick? And by the way, Omega, nice W, 787 on your way to 850. Yeah. Okay, so knight a5, and you're saying there's a winning move here, a winning move. Well, of course it's b4. This is b4, easy. Resign. Wait, Among Us, how do you forfeit from sitting at the wrong board? Because usually they have like a certain amount of time. Yeah. Okay, no way to find it. All right, let's think. Let's lock in. Winning. It's like undinable. All right. No, there will be no dine. I mean, Smurfit is probably at work right now. D6 and knight d5. I do like that idea, but what's the final point, right? So d6 take here, here. We can check here and take. Interesting moves. I mean, f4 is also interesting. F4 is interesting. Rook b1 is interesting. Unfindable. Come on, give it some time. Calm down. Unfindable, sir, Mr. Unfindable. I'll find you. That's not okay. I'll find this move. Basically, someone else had the same name as me, and I faced the opponent the other guy was supposed to face and lost the point for that, even though I won on the board. That's crazy. If he's trolling, he's gonna be hilarious. That has happened to me, for the record. Like, I have had people that are like, there's a winning move here, and then we spend like 10 minutes and they're like, oh, sorry, it's the next game. Move 15. Check. No. We're thinking. Come on. Calm down. Hold your horses. When people say a move is winning, it's supposed to be completely winning. I have been trying to clarify that. You're saying unfindable makes me think it will be bishop a7. Bishop a7 actually is kind of reasonable, because it's what I'm trying to make happen with like b4 and, you know, trying to go after the queen. It's also with f4, kind of what we're looking to do. It actually makes more sense than f4, because the f4, really the thing I want is queen f2. I mean, outside of maybe some pressure here, but without f4, we don't allow him to open up the position. Or yeah, so bishop a7, kind of interesting. But I mean, winning is still, because that looks good. Like, that looks like a nice idea. But winning? I'd be shocked if bishop a7 was winning. Yeah, +2. In a similar vein, rook a3 actually is Okay, it's +1? Oh, man, it's only +1? Goodness gracious. I am looking for something better than +1. Move on. Alright, alright. +1 can mean positional advantage. Yeah, it definitely makes it more difficult. I'm curious though. I'm curious to see. I'm gonna turn it on. King H1, assert dominance. It was Rook A3. But okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Rook A3, yeah, I agree, is very difficult to move. But very early on, one of the ideas and suggestions was Rook B1, which is like very close. It's a 0.5 difference. So 0.5 for like a much more natural move. Like I definitely don't hate Rook FB1. Rook A3, super tricky though. Rook A3, and nice. I mean, the rook on B3 does look nice, and of course you're threatening to trap the queen. No, I think we just wanna do this. It's not about B4, although there are more B4 possibilities now that the knight's protected, but I think you just put the rook on B3. Now you'd have to think a lot about Queen B4. Queen B4 I'm not sure of, but oh man, maybe Queen D1 then. And I'm thinking that because Queen D1 is the third suggestion here. So and that makes sense because the queen is trapped after queen takes B2. Yeah, that's yeah, he just moves rook B3, queen C7. And it's still very much a game though. The knight's gonna plant itself on D6 and yeah. It's not like over. It's not over. Wait, how old am I? I said I was like 38. I hope I didn't say that because I'm only 26. He took the bishop. That is a weird... That's not good. Because the big benefit for white now is actually that this bishop is blocked. There's actually... I can't think of who played it off the top of my head, but there's actually some games where players will trade the bishop on E5 to get this structure, and overall it's good for them because even though the opponent has the bishop, it's just not that great. A Dino Shark. Actually, I'd be a Dino Shark. Yeah, I think your opponent went in the wrong direction here, and now your position... I'm actually not even sure you're worse. Like, Queen B4 is on its way. You have pretty easy pressure. B5 next. There's definitely some slips, but I think he's just obsessed with playing F4. See, okay, going back to H1's game, where his opponent just never did this on the king side. I say, in a Sicilian, very surprising, because you see even here when the opponent should be playing on the queen side, like he's trying to play on the king side. Like, it's just so common. Yeah, bring the knight to E5. Well, no, that's fine. Queen B6, Queen D6. And you take with the pawn. Yeah, seems good. Yeah, we're not gonna talk too much about what white did here. Little comments. We're here more to talk about Polyus's play, but honestly, it was terrible. Like white in these last like 5 moves played, positionally quite awful. Yeah, usually the point is knight d6, double on c file perhaps. Yeah, that's not any of that. Mighty, the kids at school call you Unk because they think you're old. That sounds about right for kids. I mean, to them, you're experienced. I don't know how old you are, but if you're working at the school, like you're probably old enough that they're gonna think you're old. Never forget what happened here today regarding H1 skill. Never forget radio. Never forget extra cheese. That's the thing. I find it hard to find the correct positional ideas. Do you still believe in this line for white? Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I do. Not to say that it's so easy, but I mean we kind of even saw it, right? Like if even here where I'm not sure it's gone the best, like he just plays rook fb1, which I think is a pretty reasonable move to be able to find. You know, forego rook a3, but like rook fb1, like just your pieces are attacking and you just continue to put pressure on the side, he's much better. That's yeah. I will stand by it. They don't call Mr. Savage old. Like 26. Whoa! Dang. Okay, you are pretty young. If 8 years older than you is 26. White's coordinating beautifully to help Black win. Thus far, yeah. Uh-huh. I mean, g4 is alright. I would definitely play rook c8 myself. Would be my... Oh, you're worried about maybe bishop h5. Okay, that's maybe a fair reason to play g4. Maybe. I guess I'm not fully convinced on playing g5. The more I look at it, because I feel like your focus should be on the open file that you already have, and I'm starting to feel a little bit like this opens up more possibilities for your opponent than for you. Okay, but h4, yeah, probably not the best. I think he should make some trade here. And then rook f4 and rook f1. Yeah, now you shut down that side, and now you focus on the other side. Most of the adults and some of the students mistook me for another student, but they call you old. That's wild. Yeah, black doesn't need to change the structure at all here. I agree. Yeah, I think just like a little bit of a slip going for g5, and then I think you're back on track because your opponent allowed you to solidify. Knight f3, good or too fancy? Maybe a little bit of both. He does have to take. Okay, this pawn is hanging. So he takes, and then that's a problem. Okay, I think that looks good. There was a third option that I didn't even think about that one. There was a third option. Yeah. Yeah. That was the third option. Okay, at this point it doesn't matter. Bishop e5 is better. You win on the spot. King moves, you check. he has to go here to avoid you promoting with check, and then you take, and it's over. But pretty minimal at this point. You kind of complicated this a lot. Like D7, don't you have to take? Am I crazy? Radio. Yeah, there's some things like that it can definitely make you feel old. I mean, of course it's enough. Like, I can tell you 2 pawns is enough with the F pawn. But it just feels so unnecessary. Because you know if 3 pawns is enough, that 2 pawns and a bishop is enough. But I'm really surprised your opponent didn't play this. Because yeah, I mean, of course you have to be careful. Your opponent was very kind. he waited to push D7 until it for sure was getting taken. Well, overall, I think some decent moves from you. I think the opening could definitely been better, but not too bad. I think it could have been a little cleaner once you got the advantage. I think the stuff with G5, like that might be the biggest thing for you to take is just cleaner, right? Because again, like you could have played Bishop B5, and it's like your opponents should be resigning in like 5 moves at tops. But instead, you get into this endgame where you have to play on longer, and even, yeah, I mean, you have to understand your rook endgames if you played D7 there. And also with G5, like you could have just doubled up on the C file and gotten pretty much everything you did without the complications there too. So I think precision for you is the name of the game, but overall not bad. Alcohol just tastes bad. Yes, Mighty. Keep with that. That's a good. Stay with that. All right. Extra cheese. It is the time. Why complicate when you can just lose? Good question. Good question. I have no idea. Why do we do anything in chess? No idea. Seemed a little shaky on the knight of 3 line. Hey, I'm happy to see it. Just because it's just so unusual to me. Like I've had quite a number of games in this C4 E5, and I'm trying to say, I'm sure I'm forgetting, but yeah, knight F3 I feel like is very unusual to me. So this is just a study case now. To be honest, I missed the G5 doesn't win the bishop because you didn't see bishop E2. Yeah, makes sense. My brother went to the Marines. He's now a PFC. Private? Nope. What does PFC stand for? Am I forgetting? Private first class. Okay, I did get the first one. That sounds good. I don't understand a lot of the classes, but that sounds, sounds good. I look like chubby Eminem. Thank you. I think, no, he copied my look, man. Growing the little bit of facial hair. Eminem looks like skinny me. Yeah. No, I mean, I think it's always good practice when you think you're just winning a piece like that. Take just an extra double, um, and confirm, because if you're winning the piece, it's over, right? Like game set match. Okay, still pay attention, but I think those are good moments to spend just that little extra to confirm. Pay grade, that is an E3. Okay. That I understand a little bit more. I have a little bit more. Because I had a friend in the military who explained some of that to me. It's pretty good. We came down to visit. He told us some of the Marine stories. Does he already have some good stories? The Pitch Cup, Pennsylvania fried chicken. Listed 3 in other words, yeah. This is weird. Now that I'm seeing this from White's perspective, this position I feel like I may have actually seen before. I saw a Kasparov game in there for a second. I don't know if it was this exact. Okay, wait. Where does the games drop off? With Knight H3. Knight H3 has good win percentage for White, but is a lot more uncommon. Started out in the AF as the same rank. Aircon first class. Yeah, Nick, we're here to be educated. Extra cheese. How long would it take me to get to 4,000 puzzle rating? It depends on if I tilt or not. Like, if I actually locked in, I don't know. I could probably do it in a few hours. Maybe. But it's... depends. Reverse French structure without the bad French bishop. Simple chess. Oh, that's why I don't know this stuff. French! Oh, airman first class. That makes way more sense. They had d5 instead of d6, then h4 would make more sense, but with the structure flexible, h4 can be weakening. See when c5 is played. Could you get that done soon? That'd be awesome. Maybe. Problem is I usually enjoy doing Puzzle Rush Survival more than the rated puzzles. Okay, c5 was played. We're supposed to be seeing that h4 could be weakening. I guess some sort of h6, bishop takes f6 at some point. By like Saturday. Now I don't want to do it. Because you're trying to put some timeline on me for some reason. I actually want to do the opposite now. Can I just go tank my tactics? Yeah. This position seems pretty standard. I guess c5... Wait, in a sense, isn't c5... Oh, but he didn't play d5. Is c5 unusual? Aircon. Easy to get 4,000 puzzles by Saturday. Oh, it's for content. c5 is unusual. Okay. So you can, but only if you're doing it by Friday. Okay, that's on 2 to 3 business days. Chess Fan on YouTube, how's it going? Just doing some game analysis. You have a big motivation for rated puzzles, the leaderboard of Dina. Oh, dun dun dun. There you go. Just use the hint glitch. Wait. Steven over here hacking the system with glitches. Doing a puzzle, then pressing the hint, and then not making the move and refresh the page. Yeah, that makes sense. That you could get away with that. It's bad that they do that. Because the rating only happens when you make the move. So you do a hint, you don't actually make a move, you refresh it. Damn. Now, Steven, if I make 4,000, everyone's gonna think I just did it doing the hint glitch. So I can't grind. I can't grind until they fix it. I need to upload the OTP games on Leechess. How many more are we gonna do? I'm 8th. I probably got another at least hour and a half analyzing. C5, maybe white can play aggressive with D5, but then I'm afraid of entering reverse Mako. With B5, there are a few times I've seen some structure like that with D5, but so that's how these 1800s are cheesing the system become 3000. Yeah. Hot takes on AI chatbots. No, I'm okay. Oh, so you did end up playing H4. Wait, I thought this was supposed to be weakening. Or does it change because he played C5? Now that you've played E3, you can play H4. It's alright, I need... Educate me, extra cheese. Educate me. Rat defense. We need some Norwegian rat in our lives. That'd be good. Okay, so what's just the general plan of development? Like, what are we avoiding with H4? We're trying to make H5 happen. Okay, I mean, it makes sense before after C5, because, you know, you want to allow, like, C takes D4. If H4 is played, they can play E3. Okay, that makes sense, actually. If here... Okay, we're not going to talk about any C takes D4 potential, but just all these squares can become annoying. Okay, that makes sense. So E3, now there's no E3 from black. Using excuses. I have excuses ready from other people. Lazam, you're in a tournament that needs $50 to get in for chess. Wait, like that's the entry fee, or that's the if you take first you get 50? Because you said that needs $50 for an entry fee is what it sounds like. Yeah, I am using Steven as an excuse. You're cooked. That's actually not that unusual. Like, some tournaments are definitely cheaper, but 50 for an entry fee is not that insane. Feel sleepy. You should take a nap then. I mean, so far this just looks good for your extra cheese. By the way. Told us a story about how when he was at a boot camp and he was a doorman and one of his drill instructors came up and I guess he did something wrong. Oh, this is your brother. The drill instructor did it wrong. Dang. No, it's just I mean, I can probably do it and probably will. But like when someone just tells me to do something without explanation, so Tony is like, "Hey, can you get 4,000? It's for content," but like I don't know the vision of it. Definitely makes it a lot less exciting. Yeah, bishop takes g4 behind bishop e2. You think chess tournaments are overpriced, Steven? Do you actually know the cost of like running tournaments? Okay, I mean all pretty normal. Knight d5. Okay, now we're getting to actual commitment time. I'm not sure I love this. Maybe I'm just not catching the vision. Because I feel like the thing I like about your position over your opponents is you're kind of deciding when things happen. Right? Like you could play d5, c5, go for a3, b4, you could play knight d5. Your opponent just doesn't have that same luxury. And this kind of simplifies it. It's okay, Santo, it's okay. Steven is young and still learning. Don't stress too much about it. In an endgame, the structure favors me, so I figure once I maximize my pieces, I'll be happy and they'll be sad. Then they can screw up because they're an old and slow GM. Oh, that's right. I always forget because I move it over from the game that it doesn't get titles. This is a GM. All right. I mean, not that I don't think you're better here. I just I'm definitely a fan of keeping tension in situations like this. Give your opponent something to worry about for longer. Yeah, because I feel like castling there probably should have been better. Once again, we have this knight in front of pawns, just creating annoyances. No, I mean, he definitely needed to go for probably b5. I think his biggest inaccuracy in this endgame is a5. Like, even allowing you to play b4, it makes more sense just to have at least some counterplay for him not to play a5. Trying to turn off my brain when I'm on Twitch. Yeah, Santo, I wouldn't worry too much about it. I wouldn't worry too much about it. King g5, knight g8. Come on, get something. Yeah, this b6, man, the b6 is terrible. Yeah, knight f6 may not have been it. Active follower in norm tournaments in the US. I'll say this: I enjoy both open and closed ones, and knows quite a familiar crop of professional chess players playing just about all of them. $650, okay, decent pricing, but considering how expensive the entry fees are, especially for close tournaments, go from 8. Travel costs. How are these players able to afford it? No, I mean that's chess can be a commitment for sure. Oh, no worries, Santo. No worries. And so Vasquez says to him, but I'd be wrong if I punched you. No, sir. In the journal instructor say so. I should punch you. Wait, that sounds way more intense. I can't tell if the in that. I mean the $50 one, not $650. Yeah, that it makes way more sense. I thought you were just pretty chill about $650, and I'm like, you know what, chess fan, not one to hear to comment. Entry fees for even small tournaments are $80+. Okay, I mean 80 is probably too much. Should just live in Charlotte. Get a Charlotte Chess Center membership, and let me tell you, way cheaper than that. What are your thoughts on playing the same move 4 times in the same game? It sounds like you had one really good idea. Yeah. Okay, knight f6. Okay, so without knight f6, what is... You're still gonna play f4. Yeah, I do agree this endgame was more comfortable for you, but I also think your opponent, like, even if they just lose the pawn, should play b5. I think this setup with a5, b6, like, they were just trying to buckle down, but they have no counterplay. And you have f4 lurking, and you have b4 lurk. Like, a5, b6 didn't stop anything. It just completely shattered his potential to get counterplay. Like, even here, I would rather play a6. Like, if I could make any move, it'd be a6. Could put the pawn back. Said yes, sir, but I would appreciate it if you didn't, sir. Yeah, PT? What the heck? That sounds wild. You're watching the tournament, Charlotte, and they have prize money. I was very surprised. Wait, surprised that a lot of tournaments have prize money. A lot of familiar crowd with the same professional chess players playing all of them. No, I mean, it depends. Like I'll tell you, for me, chess fan, like, my parents did not have a ton of money, but they made it work. Because, I mean, you have to play in tournaments to improve. Sometimes they are just making sacrifices to make it happen. Yeah, well, that's what happened. Is f4 ended up happening, and he did en passant, and then he just resigned because he's getting checkmated. After knight g8, you were ready. You were ready for the checkmate. Yeah, no, it's nice. Now we know a bit more about the c4, e5, knight f3. Now we know a bit more. It's a very interesting structure. Bishop d1 was the only move to not forecast that he checkmated himself. Yeah, it's Bishop d1's funny. Like, such a subtle move to completely punish knight f6. Very surprised about prize money and tournament prices. Virginia, countryside, you have to drive over an hour to go to any tournament, even close ones. Girl played the move 4 times, lost, and they never at all had an idea. Okay, yeah, then not the best. But I do like games like that, because it is funny to count the amount of times one move is played. So the army guy when the drill instructor asked to jump, ask him how high. When he says jump, just jump. So easy. It was funny when he told it. I mean, when you say like it sounds like he's about to get punched, it sounds more intense, but I can imagine it could be funny. No worries, Mighty. I'm trying to keep up all the text, small and large. No, I mean, Charlotte is a good place for it. Just man, So I do want to say, kind of to your point, as far as a lot of the same people playing, there actually used to be like a pretty strong culture. There still is some of it, but there used to be a pretty strong culture of titled players that would travel the country and win a lot of the smaller events. Is beginner players even here? Some people should get punched. Do you guys know of anyone that just has a punchable face? Because that might be a term I use. But yeah, there used to be a pretty big culture of title players, like particularly GMs that would travel and win a lot, like try and win a lot of the smaller events. And that was how they made a living. And because it was a smaller event, usually they could get some conditions. And yeah. There still is some of that, but it's definitely not as prevalent today. Whoa. Beginner players, you beat someone whose account got closed? Closed for abuse, though, not fair play. Punchable face, Nepo. So extra cheese understands. What among us think Nepo has a cute face? I think that's even possible today. GM is a lot more common. No, I mean, you still have it. Jin Chao Zhao is one that I can think was traveling a lot and playing tournaments. I think there are others, but he was the one that I noticed. And I noticed because I saw Jin Chao play some tournaments when I was really active, but it was rare, and then it was like, yeah, I saw him in so many events. I'm like, wow, like, okay, he's on that grind now. Norderbeck would agree with it. Yeah, after today. Shout out to Norderbeck, though. Shout out to Norderbeck. Came in last minute and is crushing it. Okay, this is a 1 minute horizon. Account is now closed for abuse, so hopefully beginner players gets the W here. There's Jin Chao literally win every tournament. I mean, you definitely change your style. Like I haven't seen him in enough tournaments to know if he's always picking up the wins, but you kind of saw it. If Bobby played the US Masters and his style was like, you could see it was different from how he normally plays. For sure. Like, he was very solid. So many chess players as Fork, not many of them have the means to travel. No, that's true for sure. Plazum, I think I am the top 1,000 players. The top 1,000 active players. Last time I heard, I was around 700. I don't know. You got fired the other day for the dumbest reason. What, Ethan? What a big drop. Apparently the manager's contractually signed to fire someone every 2 weeks. Wait, that doesn't sound right. Oh, maybe. Extra cheese is like, yeah, okay. What do you have to do to get your account closed for abuse? Probably just like some swearing and stuff in chat. I think if you repeatedly are saying nasty things, then... Dang, some Italian guy threatened to unalive your parents? That's wild, Lord Among Us. Leben Zweck. How's it going? It's okay. I'll pick up my pace on game analysis, probably. I'm trying to keep up with chat. But this is a bullet game, so this one should go fast. What is this game? So, the beginner player's hand gets caught, and the pre-move cookie jar was C5. Which is done. I hate tricks like this, by the way. In bullet, like, I think it's... I'm definitely a bigger fan of, okay, you can go for dumb threats, but like leaving a piece hanging, trying to catch him on a pre-move, definitely not my favorite. Like, I'd much rather have games where, yeah, you're gonna play as if it's bullet, but the pre-move tricks aren't necessarily the biggest fan. when they're just like really bad moves if your opponent catches it.
NANI?!
Hey, MRF Chess, thank you so much for the raid. Hope it was a fantastic stream and that you cooked many a person. That's right, Ali Ray's brother. Pretty good in his own right. I think I've seen his stream here and there. Definitely not watching as much chess as or Twitch as I used to. Just busy streaming myself or teaching or something, but pretty solid player. Thanks so much, Raiders. Welcome in. And yeah, currently doing game analysis. This one is just a 1 minute game, but what beginner players wanted to go over. Pretty wild so far. The Ashburn Chess Center. Less than 5 people, dang. Wow. I think part of the reason some players don't compete is also because chess players tend to be petty, and you know it. They're petty and small-minded and accusatory. I mean, sometimes, but you know, we invest a lot into chess. Like having just like those moments, like if someone can turn it around and they can calm themselves down, that's fine. I think I have the luxury of having gotten to meet a lot of cool chess players. But no, I do understand what you mean. I have definitely encountered some just like that. Hey Tank, how's it going? So there are two kinds of game analysis, at least how I see it. When I do this, Tank. One where it's just kind of fun to spectate, so it's just like a fun spectating game, and then ones where we're actually like really analyzing. This is more just like fun spectating, right? Interestingly enough, though, pretty wild position. White does seem pretty solid. Beginner players does seem decently solid here. Have I been to the US Open at Pinehurst? Pinehurst doesn't ring a bell. Thought the whole time MRF was an acronym for Murphy. Thought it was the infamous chess hustler Thomas Murphy. At least 2,600. Attorney. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm losing track of chat a little bit. I pay attention. Pay attention to the game for 2 seconds, and good problem to have. Sounds like Ethan and Mighty are talking about making a living off of chess. Depends on what you're going in, like how you're making a living. Like if you're doing it from playing, just playing, that's rough. Teaching is definitely the better avenue to make money from chess, and a lot more viable. Yeah, I mean, this is actually working out very well for you beginner players. Your opponent probably should have taken here. You should be taking c6. But you're locked in to what is I don't. Oh no, radio. I'm not upset at all. I mean, it's a beautiful thing to have. I'm just trying to be clear, and I can't. I may not see some messages. Or at least they might pass by me, but I'm trying. Pawn takes is kind of good. a lot of good things were happening, and now bad things are happening. But it's Bullet. What can you say? How do you? I actually have no idea how you win this. You're down on time. You're losing on the position. Oh, it just clicked. Dang, really? Chess fan? That'd be an interesting article. I'd be curious. Chess players. I mean, most petty and accusatory individuals. That sounds pretty wild. No, I mean, depending on where you're coaching, like, you can definitely do that at a lower rating. I want to say, like, you could probably be successful in coaching at a 1600 rating. Likely you would need to work with a school and be part of a school program, but should be possible. But yeah, just playing, I think, 2650, 2700. Oh, Bobby Fischer. Well, okay, but Bobby Fischer, he had some questionable opinions. Oh, that's not even how he blundered. I thought for sure King F6 was going to happen. Wait. Oh. Queen F1's a huge blunder here. Queen F1, you lose as black. Omega, I mean, you're gaining rating though. That's a plus. If you gained rating every day, success. Queen F1, and now he actually can't stop checkmate. That's crazy. Yeah, Rook H7. But if he tries to stop it with G5, this is still checkmate. He should have tried this though. He should have gone for this and just hoped for a flag. He went for Queen C4 and what a turnaround. That's why Queen F1's actually a huge mistake, because he could still just play G5 here. And likely with the time situation will win. But pushing the king to H4 and suddenly you're toast. Because this pawn is protected. Yikes. Yikes. Lebens, you're 2200 online, don't think you can coach? I mean, coaching is its own thing where you also are going to build up experience, right? Yeah, he could have played queen takes b3. What a game. What a game. 2200 OTB is different because you're titled. Yeah, I mean, it definitely, being titled does help. Down a queen early versus 2300. But you got him. You locked in. Got the sneaky checkmate. Enel Core, if you're there, let me know. I will be right back. It's Enel Core and then Lord Among Us. No, chess fan. I mean, I know Fisher said it, but and I'm not saying there's not like something behind it, but he also grew up in like a very different era. You know, where he's fighting against the Russian players, and he was also like paranoid, so like I'm not saying there's not truth, but I definitely believe it could be. But yeah, kind of interesting. It's interesting for sure. I'll be right back. Alright. Anything for mental core? Looks like... Looks like no, so I think we keep going to Lord Among Us. Dun, 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 dun. This is not just rating, it's hard to teach people. Yeah, I mean you gotta learn both. You gotta learn both. How do you find a good coach? I mean, like, try different coaches. You can talk to people, but the thing is, you could even have a good coach that's not good for you. So, trying out different people can be nice. SB, how's it going? Chess tactics rating on chess tempo is 1,000 after playing for 4 months. Nice. Keep grinding those tactics. They changed the way they do the US Open. It used to be in Long Beach, California. They're talking about the US Open in location. Someone works teaching middle schoolers. I think it would be even hard to teach an adult. Yeah. Fisher suffered from Chester-Engine syndrome. Taking Hans as well. I mean, Hans does seem in some ways to try to emulate Fisher. Got $100 per elo point at the opposites ranking, and you chose. If you beat a 2,000, you win 200,000, but it's harder. You beat a 100. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, that's an interesting concept. If you got $100 per elo point, honestly, yeah, like 1,500. I would probably do. I don't know, man. I might even go lower than that. Like, not that I don't think I beat a 1,500, but when you have like $100,000 on the line for beating a 1,000 rated player, I would just want to absolutely 100% guarantee it. Yeah, no, chess band, that I do agree with. The paranoia, the accusations is pretty wild right now. It's pretty wild. Okay, make it $10. Okay, that definitely increases it. Just face at 2,200 and lock in, but still, like a 1,500 would be $15,000. I'd probably go 15. Probably go 1,500. Yeah, Lord Among Us. I haven't been hearing from NL Core, so let's go. Them Lions, how you doing, by the way? Some need to sponsor that event. I'm 1,800. So you do that event, but there's a catch. You have to pay the money to them if you lose, or the difference if you draw. Who are you taking? So you can go at 2,200, and you don't have to pay them that much if you win, or if you lose, or no, if you draw. You draw. Hey, Ashen Hair, thank you so much for the sub. Any much appreciations. Thank you, thank you. You have 1 Prime sub and you use it on us. Thank you, thank you. Wait, I think he's back. Wait, is he back? I'm not seeing NL4. I'm assuming you're Apollo in this game. In this 960 game. A 10-minute 960 game. Yeah, that's true. But, I mean, it's still an interesting question. How high would you go? How high would you go? If you got $10 for beating someone every 1 point of their elo. And the Han situation is wild. From a 960 Rapid Arena. Okay, okay. Klasm, I'm not doing challenges right now. Thursday, I usually accept challenges, or sometimes in the night streams. But now we're focused on the games. So I'm gonna pick up the pace a little bit here. See if we can make it through the queue. Goobery. Mighty what? Yeah. You think so? You think amateurs get along better than pros in chess? No, I think just in a hypothetical situation, Shochi. So someone says to you, hey, pick a player, and then like they will approach a person with that rating. So no planning ahead to lower rating. Like pick it. If you beat them, I give you $10 per elo. What rating are you picking? Okay, Lemon. Lemon already has the game sense. I like it. Wait, pause. So, Among Us, I don't love this, because your opponent, I feel like, should play e5. Like, central control can be really underestimated in 960, and I think this is just a good opportunity for it. Because if you try and contest, okay, well, contest maybe capture. Like, that does start to open up because it opens up your king. But, like, if you contest now, like, they're just going to shut you down every which way. And then they have the bishops open, they have the space. I think if you do play like this, like f4 might have been the better move. But I'm not loving b3 in general. Because even here, like, your opponent could have said no to your bishop landing on b2. You also block off your knight. Pig Miles plays chess. Alright, see? Extra cheese would take a little bit more risk for a little bit more money. Sochi, like 250. Alright. Get yourself a solid $2,500. This is 960. If you're wondering about any of the pieces, was d4 f4 better? I think d4 is good. I know it's kind of lame because your opponent's playing d5, but I think it's just a good move. But if you want to mix it up a little bit, then you can play f4. But no, I think d4, especially because this knight will support it, is a good way. No, I'm Johnny. Anyone can join the queue. The only thing that is open for people to spend money on is just jumping the queue, which you can see here. But for the most part, I try to leave it open, and then it's just if I get to everybody, I get to everybody. If I don't, I don't. Radio, I do agree. I do think the silence is speaking volumes. And it is just, I don't know what happened to Hans. And I don't, I'm trying to lock into the game, so I might not dive into it too much again. But I like, he has to realize he is hurting his chess career by withdrawing from this massive event, from freestyle. And the fact that he's not giving a good explanation is just hurting it more and more every day. Like, I can't imagine he's not aware of that. So yeah, I'll be really interested to see his response. Was castling okay? Yeah, I think it's fine. I would probably play h4 first, just to prevent bishop h3 personally, but I don't think it's the biggest deal. Like, I already kind of touched on the fact that I think you should have fought more for the center. That's definitely been the biggest inaccuracy thus far. But you are starting to bring this knight into the game, and okay, maybe in this sense, it all is fine, because you are pretty prepared for e3 now. Oh, I don't like g5 from your opponent. Okay, hold on. Hold on. There's tactics, right? Like, there's gotta be a tactic here. So take. Okay, wait, what actually happened? You didn't take, you played b4. Okay, I see the potential of b4, but I'm wondering. Like, take here to open up the queen. Take. That I do agree with, Radio. I mean, I was fully on the side that I do think Hans was done dirty with some of these invites, and especially the ones that were rescinded. But after how the lie detector thing's gone down, and now this, it's just a bad look. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Here. Here. I mean, this looks good. Like, even just playing takes looks good for you. It does. I would love to find a way to win the material right now, win it back, but I think even just taking with knight c6 ideas and, you know, sacking ideas, and the fact that you've even taken enough pawns that you're not even down material feels nice. Why is the center important 960 when most valuable pieces are located towards the left side of the board? Because it's the same concept, right? In normal chess, controlling the center allows you to better play on either side, because that's where the pieces are going to move from. Okay, not move from. Move through is the center. And you kind of see it here in a sense, like, you know, this position. He's struggling to move any of his pieces because he doesn't have the space, he doesn't have the control. And then it really switches here to where, okay, black didn't spend the time in the best way. And I say a position like this, where he does control the center, again, you see like a lot more movement feels possible for white because of that control. And where are they moving through? I mean, this knight is in the center, so has possibilities of moving around. This rook's in the center. Moving through the center, it just gives you greater ability. Yeah, b4. No, b4. Like, that looks really nice. I don't hate b4, though. Because I do see the point of it. And this, though, hold on. Knight d2. Okay, you're trying to take here, but... d4. 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 Given the benefit, I've been calling him Hans 4 chance since just.com. Extra cheese. Soon to be Hans 5th chance. Yeah. If you go towards the left, you'll have more problems to get it to your pieces. What am I thinking? I'm not sure I fully understand your question. But basically, again, like the simplest way I can say it is when you have central control, it's easier to play on the left or the right side of the board. Typically. There's always exceptions in chess, but typically. I'm worst, you can join. At this point, enough people have joined. I'm not 100% sure I'll make the entire queue, but I will try. Yeah, d4, because there is no e4. I think it was definitely the play. King in the center, you know, put that pressure. But even if he castles, which is legal here, just 960 castle. I mean, you're opening up your pieces. This still feels really nice. You know, some guys on the side is attacking the Norwegian news station. Reporters were making a story that is not there, but that's not there. Should definitely drop an excuse for even better. Yeah, that is fair. The news article posted that said, like, basically after he found out about the anti-cheat. That does seem very unproven. But like, we live in a world where if you don't give a reason, and even if you do, but if you don't give a reason, people are gonna start thinking. I mean, the beads, right? The whole beads thing. People just sit there and they come up with crazy ideas, and then, you know, some take hold, and you know, artistic. It's just Hans withdrew from the freestyle event last minute, so there are people, because he hasn't really given a reason outside of personal matters. There are people that, and a Norwegian article that is implying he found out that the anti-cheat was very serious, and that's what caused him to withdraw. I think this was a critical moment. I mean, you played d4 now, which is good. Like, I really, knight d2 again felt very questionable, but I think you're getting back on track now. Of course, you need to avoid your queen getting trapped. And now in this situation, I mean, my gut just goes knight g2. Let's plan it on f4. We've seen a couple positions now with success from a knight in front of a pawn, just hitting a lot of good squares, and this does seem like another case of it. c5 also stands out as a very interesting move, create some threats, open up queen c4 potential. But I think just this knight g2, because you're also starting to open up e6 a bit more. Okay, similar idea. You go from it with d4. I didn't like this one as much because there's a lot of pieces kind of contending for that square. But similar. Okay, your opponent should have probably jumped in, but bishop, probably bring the bishop in. Okay, that also works. You solidify. Now knight d4 is an idea. I think this is still just all, like, it's just good for you. It's definitely messier than it needed to be, though. f4, maybe I don't like f4. Region has dedicated laws against news outlets to not attack a person without reason. Heavy punishments, heavy fines. So 100% sitting in some facts because of how they worded the article. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know on that one, right? Because even from the Buettner, like, a little bit of elaboration, there's definitely more going on than you seem to know. a5. I don't know about a5. I don't feel like I've really seen a moment. There's so much focus otherwise. Classical makes sense because pieces are placed on both sides, but 960 is different. Why would you attack less valuable pieces like bishops and knights on the one side toward another side? So if you move the center, for example. Yeah, I mean, 960, it is mixed up, but you think about it, no matter where you put the bishops, no matter where you put the queen, like, it's going to be able to get to the center very quickly, or moving through the center. Knights, no matter where you put them, again, are more likely to be moving to the center. So yeah, it's mixed up, yes, but still very, very much applies. Got any weird tournament stories? I'd have to think about that. Some of that stuff I haven't thought about in a long time and kind of forgot. Artistic, I mean, people try and cheat through having a phone in the bathroom. They will have it in their laps. Was probably the craziest one I heard that happened last year. By the way, I'm actually really liking this move. Rook d6, get these two pawns, and then they run. I actually really like that idea. Because this seems to be drop... Oh, well, also knight d4. If you want... knight d4 is just winning. And simple. Queen moves, you push. That's destructive. Queen takes, you check and take the queen. Knight d4. Why are we complicating it? Yeah, 99% of cheating is, yeah, people with phones in the bathroom or some electronic device. Yeah, knight d4 is the move. Okay. But still, advantage you. I like... No, I don't. Never mind. I changed my mind. Changed my mind. I spaced knight f3, made it so the rook was hanging. I was gonna say, like, I still like what's going on, but suddenly I don't. Rook d1. Rook d1 was a mistake. Okay, you didn't take. You didn't take. Tony. Do you have a Buffalo Wild Wings close to here? Because that sounds really good right now. But I guess you're teaching, so you're not going to eat. Okay, there were a couple of dangerous spots there. Like 95 looks pretty bad. You got to an end game. That actually, I mean, your chances of drawing this are decent. I would say. Although I think you need to run your king over here. Like, this pawn doesn't exist. For the record. Like, it is just not important because his king is here, so it stopped. Like, his king is there, you are not breaking through. But if you can get your king over there and start taking these pawns, then have things happen. Queen takes g3 is also a good move. Okay, it's hitting the later part of this stream where these types of move suggestions are great. I do definitely start spacing more and more. I got so hyper fixated on this move. Queen takes g3. Very good. Yeah, and you kind of feel it here, like your king didn't get over here, and those pawns are going to be your main issue. Like, I think it's a different story if you start running your king. I think your chances of holding this are quite good. Because, no offense to your opponent, I'm not sure I'd be convinced he knows how to win a bishop and knight. So, like, worst case scenario, if you can just take these two pawns, I think your chances of drawing are semi-decent. Now, your opponent might know it, and I could be completely off base, but... Oh, you're also just flagging. Never mind. I was not even paying attention to that at all. Ah, you had some good chances. You had some really good chances there, but I think you missed, and f4 was the start of the problems. I think f4 was very much in the wrong direction, and you just needed to keep the threats. I also think in general, like, you took this b7 pawn. You should have been thinking more about attacking and pressure and less about material. When your opponent's king is in the center, your pieces are developed. Don't forget about material, but think very heavily about initiative and keeping that pressure and attacking, you know, making the most of your development. And you took, you know, a few moves to take b7. Then you had to bring your queen back. And then you still have a very good position, but you needed knight d4. You needed something more with more oomph. Glad I don't even thought of playing a cheater no matter how bad I lose. Destroy every game before move 1. Strategies, you assume half your opponents are cheating, but at your level they can't cheat every move, so I still have my chances. You didn't claim the center early, which led to a lot of problems with lack of center. Yeah, definitely claiming it early would have gone a long way, but ended up getting it. I'm getting overthinking. Yeah, definitely could have been some of that. Definitely could believe there was some of that. Decode is here. Nice. Yeah, I'd say overall with the conversation Radio and Extra Cheese are having, I tend to try and play as if my opponent isn't cheating. It is hard though, because I definitely will have occasions. I will have occasions where like something just feels very off about my opponent's play. You whispered the game. I'm not seeing it on Twitch or chess.com. Where'd you whisper it? Like, yeah, there are some people that and I think it's really like it's not even that they're playing well, it's just that they play a lot of surprising moves. Because particularly in Blitz, like there'll be lots of surprises, but surprising moves in the sense of like it doesn't feel natural at all. Like it'd be in this position if someone's playing a move like knight a1. Now there's some logic behind knight a1 where they play knight c2 and they maybe quickly are trying to put pressure here. But if someone's constantly playing moves like this, that is just like, hey, you have so many other moves that are more natural, then it's definitely hard not to think about that and feel a bit weird. I get it now. I'm not seeing it. Among Us, have a great night. Thanks for sending in the game. Elfish. Yeah, I think a lot of people will do spot cheating, but I mean, something that I hope people get caught more and more. Because you think, in all honesty, like, some anti-cheating should be able to pick that up, right? If someone has a really high accuracy of finding only moves, or just like in complicated positions, finding a couple of accurate moves, like just post in chat. You can try, but oftentimes the problem with posting a PGN in chat is it's too long. So yeah, we don't need any more of that art. Really is depressing to play against the fish on a locally installed computer. The version beats the brakes out of Moto. And getting PTSD. Oh, goodness. Yeah. Right, after decode, we have Awin, Omega, Quick Clear, Ashen Hair. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna try and pick up the pace on the game analysis. Maybe a lot faster, but see if we can get through the majority of the queue. Because I think I'm only gonna stream for 50 more minutes. Hopefully. Oh, I'm dropping frames. Uh-oh. Dropping frames. Hopefully, decode, you can figure out how to send it. Radio, I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. Wild. Did I not see your message? No. I don't think so. Cabral, thank you for the follow. A reputable chess.com mod was posting. How do you say that, by the way? Do you say it? Is it an acronym? AC art, ASCII art. Did I see that? Decode, I cannot tell if you're messing with me, but there is no message showing up other than the did you not see my, like, you can see it on the screen. I have chat on the screen. If it's not showing up there, then I'm not seeing it. Blazing Heart agrees. Do a game before. Okay. Give you a chance to figure it out. Awin. That would be you then. Awin, if you're here. Streaming steadily around 30 FPS. Only drop 5 frames since start. Okay, not too bad. Omega, if Awin isn't here, then we can do you, and then we'll come back to Decode. And before I forget, Clausum, nice, brilliant move, by the way. Or at least I assume. Brilliant moves, always exciting. Awin is ready. Nice. No, Omega, it was, as you can see, the congrats, Awin. Awin was next. So if we'll do Awin, and then we can do Decode. If Decode figures it out, then we can do you. But don't worry. I'm gonna try and pick up the pace here. Surmised, summarized, not a summarized, more brief game analysis. Don't got that much time. Dang. Hey, when you played Dorsa? In a classical game? Wait, is that real? Or is this, was this a simul, or was this over the board, like, tournament? My goodness, why am I forgetting how to copy a PGN off Lead Chess? Good gracious. That was a... Alright, radio, I appreciate the little information on the frames. How strong would someone need to be to adopt you in Blitz? Daniel Naroditsky strong. Oh, it's 3 plus 2. Oh, it's 180 seconds is how it's... Okay, I saw 180. I'm like, dang, this is a long game. It's 180 seconds. 3-2. Alright, but you messed up. Okay. Messed up the time. No. Messed up the time. Not messed up the game. Okay, it's a dragon. Dragon, good opening. Not personally. Wait. Queen d2. I thought queen d2 would be inaccurate because of knight g4. Right? Bandwidth doing all sorts of jumps. What's going on here? Bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, knight c6. Yeah, and black seems to do decently well here. Yeah, if they don't play f3, then knight g4. But okay, maybe it just transposes because yeah, no, definitely f3. Okay, so it does end up just transposing. You know what, guys? I have no clue about dragon. I have played the accelerated dragon. You would think there's some trickle over about dragon theory, but honestly, I have no clue what's happening. But it does feel good for black, especially with d5 included. And from the games I'm seeing, yeah, black does very well here. Although the games before knight takes d4 is usually played. I guess knight, because now you want to avoid knight takes e6. Nice. All right, all right. I like those stream details. No, I mean, a lot of people play a very similar line against me over time. Out of dog, how's it going? Frank is online. Yeah, isn't Frank getting back into chess after seemed pretty disconnected? Dakota, you figured it out. Okay. So you will send the game. Yeah, he's trying to get back. Yeah, I saw that. I'm not gonna lie. He posted on Twitter, and it actually kind of annoyed me. Like it was so simple. I didn't think it would bug me, but I did see he was getting back into it. I'm like, hey Frank, you know, following some of his posts, and he posted one. It wasn't even on April Fool's Day, but he posted one where showed him, like, it must have been photo edited where he had the GM title. Maybe I missed the story. But he said, finally after all this work or something. And it just, maybe I missed the story behind it. But it just seemed like a flat out deception. Like, I was really confused. Overall, I like Frank, but that one was like, I was like, what is happening? F2 somewhere. F2 definitely on the docket. This position's a bit crazy, but I actually feel like I like how it's going. F2 earlier does make sense. Just to prevent castling queenside. Right? Because here... Well, no, because knight F2 exists. Hold on. Who is Frank? Frank was the student of Gotham Chess, and I forget why he went viral, but just like a lot of people got behind him and really hyped because he was into chess and he was progressing. And then I don't remember exactly why, but he just like disappeared. But for a while, for at least a good few weeks, if you followed chess on social media, like you were seeing about Frank. And I think a lot of it was just he was like very into it, like very over the top reactions. It was funny. Oh, yeah, at school? Okay. Yeah, so F2 just kind of lingers as a move that should be played to prevent castling. Like, even though you have knight F2, I think keeping the king there is valuable enough. But... Wait, is it about to end? No repetition. You keep going. What about bishop E... No, bishop E5, bishop C3? Hmm. You guys know each other since you're acting. No, I mean I doubt he knows who I am. He's a noise British TikToker who played just for like 8 hours a day. He got up to like 1900 quit. His burnout. I don't know if he got that high. I don't know if he got that high. But yeah, the GM title is just like super strange. You gotta give him that bishop c4 and queen takes. Yeah, Tyler won. He might be the one you're thinking about. To prowl. Spent a crap ton of time. And actually did get up. Yeah. Rian Gomita, how's it going? This is weird. I'm not sure if you should be playing. Oh, I'm dumb. Yeah, bishop e5. Knight h2 is an idea, and then if bishop c3, knight e3 is just checkmate. Maybe rook c8 as well. I think just like a couple of simple threats, and then you just let some of the pressure linger. But I'm not sure it's winning for you. I mean, it's kind of pleasant with that pawn, but yeah, I mean, as you felt very quickly, easy for things to change quickly. You win the exchange, but okay, I'm not sure. This white's position looks very solid. What would the CS title be? Rank is 1300, almost 1400. Mighty, good to see you again. Good luck. Take care. All the things. No, I mean, the one thing I do like about Tyler 1 is, yeah, I mean, he kind of showed if you do the grind, like, you improve at chess. He kind of showed it. Okay, the game ended here. Yeah, I actually don't hate the result. I think you could push. Can you push? I want to say yes, but I'm starting to get a little worried about something like this because I want to bring the rook off the back rank, but now I'm thinking, in retrospect, maybe it's not that easy. Because now g6. Yeah, and rook c5 is really annoying. Oh, but you can play b6. And here... Yeah, no, draw is probably a fair result. That's, yes, the chess Sharkz title. Gotta be a shark. There's a clip of Magnus. I think he's doing commentary, and he says something like that. You have to be... Okay, he uses the F word, but he's like, you gotta be an effing shark. It was pretty cool. There's realities to the shark mentality. Yeah, so I'm trying to go faster, so I don't know if I'll spend too much time on this, but I'm really curious, because I did have that feeling. Okay, a6, also a little bit strange to me, but that, just the feeling that, like, simple pressure is what you should have gone for here. But, yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure it was ever, like, clearly winning for you. Like, better. It looks like it was better. Quite a bit better. Oh, shoot. Taking d2 was a mistake. That to be honest, I didn't... I mean, now that I see it, it makes a lot of sense because you keep the pressure here, I guess. And the queen can be quite dangerous, but yeah, that was it. That was the one opportunity. Let's just take, don't trade queens. Keep the pressure. Number 2 in Crystal League. Ah, nice, nice. Cheese, girlfriend, what are you up to today? Gonna stare at composition for 3 hours and try to solve it. Train my visualization. Composition like artwork? Nah, chess composition. If you don't want to hang out, just say so. Paraphrase a convo from over 5 years ago. Yeah. I understand that. I once said basically no to a girl to a dance because I was gonna be at a chess tournament. But she understood that one. Because that was not an uncommon thing for me to be gone at chess tournaments. Radio, that's the thing. Someone that's willing to go to prison for you. I don't know, man. Prison? Ooh, that's... It depends. Like, man. Because there are sometimes... Like, if someone did something that might send them to prison, that I'd be like, you know what? You kind of deserve this. I do not have your back. Like, I don't know. Like, if it was something that, like, okay, you're kind of justified on this. I'll try and have your back, and I understand there's risk. Maybe, but... She was like, wow, he doesn't care about me at all. I must have him. Extra cheese. There's so much truth in there. Thought I was gonna have to rush to the Sears prom because of a tournament. Chess life. Crazy. Crazy we do this. Okay, big shout out to 1B4 from Decode. You know, always gotta shout out the Polish when it's played. I think this opening turned out pretty well for you. Like, actually very well for you. I think you got everything you could have hoped for. Yeah, I'm not feeling this lo-fi. It's very repetitive. One of my friends got over a year inside because he had my back in a situation that escalated way too much. That's a good friend. You know, good on it. Yeah, I mean, in a situation where, like, you know it's not your fault, then yeah. Friend that does it for you is good. But I mean, if you're talking about like, hey, friend robbed store and they don't expect me to rat on him, like, I don't know, because you shouldn't have robbed a store. I'm I'm sure pro players of any sports had those dilemmas. Yeah, the sacrifices, man. There's a cost to everything. I don't know about 95. I'm eyeing E4. I would definitely love to make it happen. Maybe something like Queen E2. Because, yeah, he's just so cramped that even though there are some benefits to you in having this pawn, and you should still be better, I feel like you're freeing him more than you're gaining. Radio's mobbed up. I only have friends that hang in different parties. Some of them are 1%ers. Nice, nice. Little Robin never hurt nobody. I mean, maybe a few people. Maybe a few people. Wow, your opponent didn't go... I was definitely expecting some sort of 94. But he really wants a knight on D7. Okay, still good for you. I mean, still don't get checkmated. Dang, I picked the worst time to say still good for you. Right as Queen G5 happens. That was just terrible on my part. I guess he can't actually take on E5 though. He can't. respect people from no matter where. If they respect me, if you give respect, you will get respect. No, that's a good attitude to have. Hear what you're saying, there's a line that needs to be drawn. Yeah, and there's a conversation I've actually had with Tony. Not... It's kind of similar to this. It's kind of similar to this. And I have told him full out, like, hey, I will tell on you. Just so we're clear, like, don't let me know. We had a similar conversation. Like, just heads up. Omega, don't worry. I'm ready for whatever. Yeah, okay. I thought there might be some knight takes e5, but no, still fine for you. A little bit scary, but in the end, you ended up taking another pawn. And all worked out. Okay, hold on. Take d4, queen takes d4, though. I fear you may have forgotten or missed queen takes d4. No, Tony hasn't done anything. He hasn't done anything. It was a hypothetical conversation that we had. I won't go into all the details, but yeah. Only what hasn't Tony done? The person I keep that kind of secret for is my best friend and my lover. I just, you know, for the most part, I'm an honest person. As in, I'm not good at lying. So, you know, just don't put me in a situation where I have to lie. That's all I'm saying. Now, for friends, would I lie? Yeah, I would. But there are some things where, you know, you draw a line. Draw a line. Yeah, F5, definitely too soon. You got a little too fancy here when you just don't need to. Like, you have no worries, no concern. You're solid, you're happy, you're up 2 pawns. And then complicated it yourself. Now, I was wondering, though. I was wondering about rook takes f7. I think if you play this, I still really like your position. I assume he takes. Take. Does this work? My brain says yes. Because we have knight f5 and g7 as an idea. Planning on sacking the rook. Okay, wait, so this is what you were planning. Radio, I need to know and actually believe that my nearest friend is someone I can confess murder to without even thinking they would rat on me. There are very few that is that kind of person, but I'm so lucky I have 3 friends like that. Radio, that's so good. I'm going to tell you up front, don't confess that to me. Do not. I don't want to know. Oh, this is stupid nasty. So I'm thinking we take here and then we mate, which is true. You can take here and then you can checkmate. But hold on. We are gonna make this opponent remember our name for the rest of their lives. And promote what bishop. Double check. They have to take with the king. We move this rook wherever. We can even taunt him a little bit. Threaten the rook. We're gonna checkmate. So that's what happens if they take the knight. If he takes the pawn, we're gonna take with check. Then otherwise, between knight f5 and g7, I think he's cooked. Planning on sacking the rook. Fork with the knight. Forgot about him taking the bishop in between. No, I mean, I'm still thinking this might work with this rook takes f7. I don't think I'm missing anything. I think this is looking pretty good. Oh, queen g6. Man, I got so excited about G8. Yeah, I guess this, yeah, that does put a damper. That does put a damper. Take. Bishop's hanging. Probably still good for white with the queen h4 and the bishop hanging. But yeah, you're right. Queen g6 way better. Way better. Ethan, maybe if I'm correct about your age, don't respond to that person and block them. Yeah. I don't know. I still, you know, that rook takes f7 looks good to me. Looks promising. Bishop takes h8. No, bishop takes h8. Oh, does that work? Yeah, you're right. Maybe it's too much. Maybe it's too fancy. Maybe we were like Icarus. We flew too close to the sun. Although then maybe take, and then we just trade and take here. After, well, no, we don't. After bishop takes, because 4 pawns. I mean, still. Thanks for paying enough attention to know my age. I don't know your exact age. I just I remember thinking that you're on the younger side. Do you think this will lead to some funny drama? I mean, just make sure you're like okay. Don't get into the don't sus. Yeah. Don't engage. Don't engage. Don't tell him where you live. You take the bishop before queen takes is slightly better. Ah, okay. Dang. Too fancy. No, don't listen. Don't live in Wakanda. There you go. Better advice. Better advice. Yeah, it's true. I mean, huge blunder. King takes g4 because the pawn is pinned. That would have been nice. It's actually a very strange move. I think your opponent is flagging. I think that's what's going on. Pause for a second. Pause for a second. I'm like, wait, this doesn't make sense. Check the clocks. Yeah, I think this is a flag battle right now. Oh, that you lost. Oh. $2 a.m. Bob. Can I do bug outs? I can, in theory. Not right now with game analysis, but I do know how to play bug outs. Yeah, serious talk. I'd be very suspicious in this situation. She blocked you? I mean, that's overall a win, Ethan. I don't know why you would be upset as people are telling you this sounds suspicious. I think we can all cheer and walk away knowing W's were had today. All right, Omega. Were you white or black in this game? Info matters. How's it going? You just wanted drama. I knew way beforehand. She was sketchy. Dang. $18 on the other side of the state. No excuse for her to be messaging me. Yeah. And there's a lot of fake people out there that are just trying to get information. I mean, 18 is still kind of young. Hear me out. I'm not saying it's old, but I'm not saying it's young. All right, we got a good old Scandinavian. Okay, I mean, it's not my favorite opening, but at this point, if you feel comfortable with it, huge win. Huge win. That's the only thing. Wait, so this person just tried to get your address, and then when you didn't give it, blocked you? I mean, hold on. Ugh. Being old does not make those or 18 young. Okay, so what's the line? What do you consider 17 the young line? What's what do you what? Rojan Tigran? Oh, no. How's it going? Okay, so far so good, by the way. So far so good. You're up a piece. And you traded queens. W. Opening succeeded. Rook takes f3. It's good. It's good. It's good, but it feels fancy. It feels too fancy. I mean, you spent a minute thinking about this when, like, you could just take... Oh, that's bad. Don't worry, Ethan. It's not that we think you're dumb. Not. It's just, it doesn't sound like that person is who you think they are. And it's probably some scam person just trying to get your information. And the amount of people that, you know, quickly get themselves in a precarious situation is a lot. Okay, yeah, so, I mean, I still like the move. It's still good. I'm a huge fan of simplicity at times. And I did like just bishop takes, but hey, rook takes f3. And your opponent, I think, did mess up. They should have gone rook e1 here. Which I think is why it's not a brilliant, is because you're actually giving your opponent more activity this way. But they did mess up. They moved that rook. Well, I guess it's the same anyways. But the problem is they should keep their rook protected, and they unprotected the rook. But either way, the move you should have played was bishop g5, check. Because now, because they messed up, and they moved this rook instead of moving this rook, so that rook stayed protected, that rook's now hanging. Now you're up 2 pieces. So it did work. Steven, you once got paired with a cheater who obviously had a catfish photo, so I started trolling said person who won like 5 games in a row. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. So far, still a good game. You took... Okay, you protected your b7 pawn. And your opponent's still playing so fast. Oh, it's already over. It's already over after 95. Okay, so I actually have a story about this. I had someone message me. Hey, Yusef with the sub! Now that you're actually not getting blocked. What a miracle. Thank you so much. We glad we got that figured out. Much appreciations, friend. I actually did have someone, and sometimes I do respond. Like, if I really just don't think someone's legit, I might not even respond. But if I think there's a small chance I respond. I did have someone who messaged me. I thought it was fully, like, I engaged, but I'm like, after a little bit, I'm like, no, this is a full scam. Years later, I end up talking to this person in a much less seemingly scammy way, find out they're legit, and become friends with them. And didn't realize that we had talked previously, and I've kind of thought like, hey, this person sounds suspicious until later. Now, still be skeptical of a lot of people on the internet, because there are a lot of scammers on there. It's not a lesson to yeah, some people are legit, so be completely trusting. But yeah, kind of a funny story to me. That I'm smarter than 3/4 of the people giving me advice right now. I'm graduating college in 2 weeks. I turned 18 last month. A lot of learned nitties on the internet, y'all. That's true. Ethan, I mean, here's the thing. I'm not saying you're not intelligent, but I will say the number one way to convince people you are intelligent is typically not to tell them that you're intelligent. Omega, by the way, very nice game. I mean, it was only the one clear miss that I saw with Bishop G5. You asked if you have potential. I mean, I think it's very good. I think you will keep playing longer games, grind tactics, really improve your tactic ability, your calculation. Like, you can, you definitely improve. And I think you do have a good path right now. All right, I just want to make sure, because sometimes I check someone off, then I get distracted. I don't think so. Quick clear. Are you there? I think I'll probably do one, maybe 2 more games and then finish. We'll see. Be skeptical on everyone on Twitch, unless you meet them at TwitchCon. I don't trust myself. You want me to trust some other person? Yeah. I'm definitely way more on the side of not necessarily being trusting of people on the internet because of experience. It's yeah, too many experiences with people not being who they say they are. And some people that even do seem interesting. What? SB? You're gonna take a nap instead of coming and hanging out tonight? Wait. Before you sleep. What if we get Korean fried chicken? Because that also sounds good. I was thinking that Buffalo Wild Wings sounds good, but Korean fried chicken is right there. What if? Ethan, by the way, they will troll you. People are going to troll. So don't stress too much about it. DeProw, smart, not engaging too much in this conversation. Great idea. That is quite the roast, though. Not gonna lie. I hate you. It's too much driving. But hear me out. Korean fried chicken. You can go take your nap, but I'm just saying. I think they even have a Monday deal. If I'm not insane. Hopefully. Been driving an hour and doing 3 hours of chess stuff. You miss your PlayStation. You know what? That's fair. Sometimes just a chill night playing games is good. Is good. Who was the Napster? I mean, he is the legend that has been on stream quite a few times recently. Sean, cool guy. Gonna take a nap though, so you know. Okay, ashen hair. You have a Lee chess link. Give me a little bit of information about this game. There's no elos, no names, so whatever you can give me. I mean, I'm sure that was intentional. Like, you're white, you're black, ratings, if you're open to it. Great. The intelligent ones is never talking about how smart they are. She's getting into the ballot point. Friend I've never bragged about his intelligence, but it shows if it's a friend you hang out with. Send him on Captain Bell. Mathematics competition in secret. I only let him know he was going to complete against the best minds in Norway today. Search before he started. Your 6th OTB game. 18. What the heck you say? Asby, I will have an extra wing for you if we do end up going there. Hopefully. I need to still talk to Kingsley about it. Your 1800 elo, your 6th OTB game. That's good. Goodness gracious. Wait, okay, so were you white or black? But no, I mean, I think it's just the principle of life, right? Like, there's a certain amount of explanation where if you explain yourself too much, then it just feels like you're overcompensating. But it's also like there's some reality to it, because like not to say like, oh man, you can never explain this stuff. It always means the opposite. And Ethan, if you're listening, not to roast you, but it's just like someone who is confident in their ability doesn't typically need other people to know it. So oftentimes, like, some of that explanation can come from a place of or often comes from a place of insecurity, or at least makes other people feel like it comes from a place of insecurity. Okay, Ashen Hair, you only played online before, but you're 6-0. Man, that is crazy. That's good. Respect. Read 2 hours is 2 days. You had 2 days, you would have smoked the competition. Yeah. Smart to be a listener in the room. Will show very quick who is insecure or whatnot. Barkers that cannot bite. Any man who must say, I am the king, is no true king. Now, there is an exception to this, right? There is an exception to this. Man, but it's hard to explain. But it can be, like, very powerful at times to explain in a way. Ah, you got an Alkine's defense. Are you familiar with this? Because this is pretty rare. Okay, so there's something weird here. I'm trying to remember. I think Bishop E3 is a little bit more accurate if I remember correctly. Am I thinking about this correctly? Someone that knows better. Maybe castling is fine. Maybe it's a different line I'm thinking about. Like, I remember there's something with you actually don't castle and you solidify your position, and it can be annoying for black. But maybe it doesn't matter in this particular. Maybe I'm confusing it. I mean, that one is a Game of Thrones quote, so don't take it too seriously. I mean, no, I think there's a lot of truth there. I really started thinking about it when it came to apologizing, because I think it's good at times to say I'm sorry, but it's I realize, like, if you apologize too much, people can go from, yeah, it's no big deal, to, you're right, like, you really messed up. And it's kind of a funny thing. But I think it also goes into some of this. Yeah, just shooting and just, no worries, Ethan. That's why I say, like, In talking about this, it's more to me just like a fascinating concept, and elaborating it is more on that. But okay, your opponent didn't play. Yeah, this 97 is strange. It is very strange. And your opponent didn't go for like e5 or something? That's crazy. Never apologize, it's a sign of weakness. Quote from film Swimming with the Sharks. No, again, I think honestly, unfortunately at times I think we live in a world where it's better not to apologize than to over apologize, but I think it's somewhere in between is ideal. Not a big deal to say that you have to up, you know, could be a big deal to them. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. E5 apparently good, but I didn't want to give up the e5 square. Yeah, it goes back to Paulius's game. I don't know if you saw that, but this is actually, at least for 95, not too bad because this can be more of a hindrance to the bishop. And then, I mean, if the knight goes anywhere else, like, it just doesn't have a great square to go to. And knight a5, typically I would say is the ideal square where it still kind of provides something. You can help with b5, but b4, of course, knight b4, same issues. So you're going back to one of these squares. Even before when you could take with the bishop. Oh yeah, even back here. Back here is a bit more surprising. As far as being clearly good, like you could still see the benefit. You play d5, you gain space. As far as the e5 square, maybe you even play f4 at some point, and then you're just working on gaining space. But here, I think it's a very clear moment for d5. And yeah, your opponent finally sensed that, I would guess, which is what e6 is. Okay, getting a little messy, I'd say. Queen d3 is probably fine. Just wondering about a move like c5 to not have to worry about this. Because c5, like, you don't lose the pawn. No, you do. Knight b3 is a pain. Well, you have queen d6. Maybe it is an option, actually. c5 here. Queen d6. Take. Plant the knight on e5. I don't know. I don't think it's ideal, but... So the other move I would be thinking about is queen f4. Potentially giving up the pawn. And then going for craziness. Which, I'm not going to lie, this actually looks quite good. As I realize, this knight can't move anywhere from g7. This looks quite good. Yeah, maybe queen f4. Is there any sneaky inclusion somewhere for black? Not that I'm seeing. Seems like a pretty straightforward. I mean, you could throw some threats, but I don't think they work. Here, we're just going to play rook c1 now with discovery options. Bishop c6 probably runs into d5. Just check. Just do a quick check, yeah. Yep. And same. Okay, so black has a... No, it's just, yeah, queen f4. 64 squares live. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How was the stream? Thank you. Oh, no need to apologize for being a small one. Totally fine. Still much appreciated, and big shout out for the raid. Ah, turn the eval. So still good for you. Eval spoiled it. But yeah, that queen f4 looked pretty nice. Okay, still the square advantage. You have better control. E5. Yeah, I mean, this is still all around just a solid positional advantage for you, but you're... Oh, wait. Knight f5? Are we... No, oh. See, yeah, c5. Did well in a blitz arena. Nice. Trying to show more love in the community. Nice. I like it. Good stuff. How did the arena go? My 3-minute puzzle record is 52. The best practice to say what you think, be honest. Anything you say, you must be able to back up your wrongdoings. Listen to your... Yeah, I mean, sorry, I'm trying to lock into this game, but overall, be genuinely you. Wait, your opponent did play it! Hold on! They were baited! They were baited so hard! Oh my goodness. They were baited so hard. Yeah, they have to play knight f7. It's still very bad for them, but they have to play knight f7. Okay, let's see the finish. See the conversion technique. Ashen Hair has converted many a game online before. Yeah, okay, this is just crushing. Very nice. Very nice. Very, very good conversion. Very good conversion. Overall, very nice game. I mean, I'm going through it a little bit faster, but I do feel like, you know, Queen f4 to me was the one clear miss. Only miss, not clear miss. Clear miss is incorrect, because that's, yeah, g4 is a bit sneaky, but I mean, g4 and knight e4 are both sneaky moves. But yeah, all around pretty solid. Seemed like you were in control from beginning to end. You went 11 wins, 1 draw, 5 losses. That does sound pretty solid. Beat a WFM in your last game with the Mora. Hey, Smith Mora, great, very nice. Lebens there. I think let's do a quick Lebens, and then DeProwl, I can see you're in chat. You've been here a while, so let me do you 2, and then we'll finish. I wish I could do all the games, but at some point, you know, eating food is an important life skill that I'm going to continue to practice. Unless Lebens is not here. If we lost Lebens, then it'd be awkward. Yeah, you can send the game link in chat, that's fine. First game of the Mora was last game of the Mora. No, the Mora's pretty decent. If you understand it pretty well. Because it's, I wouldn't say it's super common. Alright, Lebens, which player are you? Which player are you? Yeah. Eating food was pretty last century. Goodness. Ignore the name. Oh, you are Inklebiter. So you're right. Alright, we're in a speed. I did eat. I have even eaten today. I know. Right? But still. Could use some food, guys. This is a problem. I get too interested in the chess. Because yeah, something like I've seen a lot of similar positions, but not quite this. I don't fully understand the theory, but this is a little less common. But these positions are not. Okay. Should be, I want to say, better for you. I mean, even though you're on the back foot for defense, like those pawns in the long run should be weak. Couple of precise moves. Maybe now queen e5. Okay, you go c4. Should be fine. Yeah, you go for the... Well, you know, it's fine. He doesn't have... he takes on f3, plays rook e2. Should still be probably a... Okay, it's just better for you. What? My one hesitancy about this was rook e2. Black plays h6. Defends the checkmate threat on the back rank that is so existent. Yeah, of course you guard against rook e2. Now you're just slightly better. Pushing. That's probably fine. Probably. Yeah, I don't love allowing the activity, but probably fine. Okay, no, you shouldn't have allowed this. I take it back. I wasn't even thinking about knight d2, but what to do instead, though? What to do instead, though? I mean, is this a crazy idea to actually go knight c7 and then go knight a6 to put pressure here? I guess he plays like knight d2 or e2. Okay. So I'm thinking one, I kind of want this rook on c2. I think maybe even rook c2 here. Because some of these checks are just becoming annoying. Of course, the fact that the pawn is hanging is also annoying. But it also opens up an idea like knight d2, where trade, and your rook's ready to jump in, and you're better. Because, yeah, this didn't quite play out. Definitely not knight takes a7 from what I'm seeing here. Okay, your opponent, worst case scenario, has a draw, but they don't want it. They want to checkmate you. Okay, still... Ooh, okay. I mean, rook g4 makes a lot more sense to me if you play king g1. You know, then if they go here, then playing this, or even if they go there, playing this makes a lot of sense. Like, you should be drawing if you're worried about it. But if the king is on e1, I think you're just losing. Yeah, because your king's cut off. A different story if your king's on g3. I mean, then the drawing chances are a lot better. But with your king cut off, it's just... Yeah, it's... happens. Okay, so I think overall, I think you rushed to take the pawns on the queen side. I think, I mean, those pawns were weaknesses, and you just you just freed your opponent from that weakness. And then, yeah, this kind of ending. Yeah, there's definitely going to be a moment just throughout here that you could have made life a bit easier. Or, I mean, I feel like this should still be fine. I don't know. I don't like king e1 in general. Moving your king away from the pawns doesn't appeal to me. I think you could even have played king g1 here, check, and then rook e4. And, like, you should be fine. Should be fine. All right, DeProw. We're gonna send me your game. We're gonna finish with you. No, some patience. I mean, there are some moments. Again, we're going through it a little bit faster. Maybe some moments here that could have been. Like I'm latching onto this queen e5, but I should clarify. Part of the reason with c4 is just because somewhere down the road, I'd love to see a rook on a4. I mean, this game is a good example of like really working on just slowly putting pressure on your opponent, because the big mistake was being too committal too quickly, and a lot of that comes from just analyzing. It's part of why I like a move like rook c2, because I just understand what my opponent... Like, I'm not saying this is 100% the best computer move. Like, I think you could even seriously consider rook d1 and going after the pawns this way. But I'm a huge fan of moves like this, because this just makes your opponent decide what to do. Right? You just put it to them, so you don't commit at all, and you say, okay, good luck. Like, find a move. And then say they play c5, and now we're going to work on maybe knight d2, or we're going to try and put pressure here before playing knight d2. And we just kind of give them stuff to worry about. So I think that from this game could have been improved. I mean, as far as your learning overall, it's tricky to say. This is one game. I can't give you the perfect roadmap improvement, but I think keeping that in mind is important. Not that I can't give the perfect roadmap, but the giving your opponent decisions and putting pressure on them, and continuing to think about that. The Prowl with the PGN in chat. Wait, is that complete? Usually it cuts it off. Let me see. Okay, that looks like a complete PGN. Were you white or black? Latest OTB tournament versus a 2100. Dang. We have some real serious classical games. Like, it's pretty... I would say it's a bit more rare that I get, like, an OTB game in this game analysis. But we got quite a few. Right, you are white. Let me just make mark that. 100. So far, so good. I mean, this Catalan seems better for you. Nothing too crazy. Although I will admit, some of these positions, like these positions with this structure, tend to be a lot better for white with the central control. But practically speaking, like I've played very similarly, and sometimes it's not too bad. Your open... Wow, you felt like your opening was absolutely awful. I mean, the only move that I don't know. Actually, you thought you were just worse here, really? What if you... Okay, you did play c4. Hold on. Wait, you thought you were worse here? E5. E5 is what... No, you just... What? You're playing all the moves! I'm thinking, and I think you just look fantastic. I keep going to say a move, and then I look over, and that's the one you played. I like c4. I like what you're doing. Maybe there could have been an improvement, a small improvement here and there, but take 9 of 5. Yeah, this is checking out for me. Like, I just makes sense. Okay, this one I'm not 100% sure about. I would definitely give Queen E2 some serious thought. Hit the pawn and open up some possibilities of attacking over on this side. I do see Queen B3. You're opening up the trade, and he can't really take because of you take there. So maybe it's a similar concept. I guess I'm just saying I'd be thinking about the potential pressure over here, especially considering he can't play Bishop F6 because of Rook D6. Rook D6 looks like a huge pain. So yeah, slight preference to Queen here, because it does look like you're taking G7. Actually, hold on. Queen G4, is Queen G4 a huge threat? Is G6, Knight H6? Yeah. No, it's hard to compare. Because, yeah, the threat is nice with Queen B3, but the checkmate. Daniel, how's it going? Okay, yeah, up 2 pawns. A little messy, though. Your opponent's getting very active. It makes me just, like, a little bit nervous. Just a little bit nervous. Bishop H3, the tactics, though. The tactics... Thought it'd be Danya in chat again. He's always watching. You never know. Yeah, I mean, I'm so scared for you. Grinding the 800s. I mean, you can beat up those 800s, man. You're doing pretty good. Okay, I just for my own sake, I have to check. Because I feel like the knockout was here. And here, still very good. But I'm curious on the comparison. So it's still, like, no, it's still insanely good. Okay. But maybe not Bishop H3. I mean, Bishop H8. It's an idea. Bishop H8. Go for Queen G7. I mean, I haven't necessarily found, like, a clear problem with Bishop H3. I'm just super scared. What's the difference between Queen B? I didn't check. I didn't check the evaluation too much here. Apparently, here he can play Bishop F6. Because Rook D6, now he trades. And you're actually losing the piece. So Queen E2 basically prevents Bishop F6. Is the idea. Push the G pawn. Wait, the G pawn. Or are you talking about in that other position? Gotta be careful. And previously, if black played G6, Knight H6 would have been meant A pawn. Yeah, that's something like that. Actually worth considering, just kind of building the pressure. I know, instinctively though, I really lean towards trying to bring the queen, make it a bit more active. That's what I lean towards. Yeah, Bishop H3. So you did end up going Queen C1. This is... I would have been so nervous. If I was you, I would have been so nervous. Yeah, it seems to be checking out, but... Oh my goodness. Yeah, definitely. Bishop h3 I don't like just because it opens up these possibilities. Like it's one of those red flags to me that even if the calculation works, that I worry about because it does feel like a really strong potential opportunity. You also missed the win with knight f5 instead of queen g5. Oops, I hit the forward arrow. Oh, you just go back. Ah, yeah, that's good. Knight f5 is good. Go back. And then the checks are happening now that the bishop's out of the way. That's a nice idea. Yeah, so definitely, like, it should be working. Bishop h3 from the view. But just a little bit more stressful. Wait, what? Your opponent was the one who didn't repeat? The heck you say to me? Oh my gosh. Your opponent was the one that played on. Sub 1 minute with 5-second delay here. I mean, that is very nerve-wracking. That is very understandable. But wow. I can't
Play.
I can't believe that. Like, honestly, I mean, whatever the ratings are, I don't know if I could find it within myself to play something like Bishop D5. Although maybe he missed Knight F6, so he thought, even then though, like, worst case, even without Knight F6, you have Rook takes D5. That's crazy. So, okay, you're low on time, you stop notating. Did you end up winning this game? Did you end up getting the W? Station stop, but I recall we traded bishops on G2, and then you forced a queen trade and just won. Yeah, I mean, looks like an overall very nice. I do want to see with this bishop h3. I mean, because I could believe bishop h3 was the best move. No, bishop h8. I couldn't... Okay, I definitely wouldn't say I saw the move here, because I definitely didn't. So, yeah, even though I suggested bishop h8, like, I was leaning more towards queen d2 because I'm a reasonable human, but apparently that's wrong. Yeah, bishop h3 is good. Bishop h8 is insane. Now, this makes sense to me. Like, human-wise, you play bishop d4, and you say you're up 2 pawns, and you solidify, which I do really like. Right? This is, you distract the queen, and then you protect d4, and you live happy. But if you're a machine, you play rook d6, which is savage. It is an insane move. It is an insane move. I mean, it's a similar concept. You trade off a little bit to defend your pawn. But you have more threats, and he can't take because queen g7. Like, it's just a really fancy trade idea. And it gets even better because black's best move is rook c2. Distract the queen so then you can take the knight. Yeah, it's pretty wild. So the instincts were good, but in the end, bishop h3 locked in. Looks like bishop d4. I mean, from a positional perspective and just solidifying this position, I think bishop d4 is probably the simplest move. Just trade some things off, lessen the pressure, say you're up material, and you still have the better position. So, thank you so much for sending. I am going to finish the queue there. You're going to see the pop-up end queue. We're going to finish. I'm going to send you guys over. I was taking a glance in the background of the people streaming. We got good old Squirrely, who had just started his stream. Super nice guy, absolute legend. So going to send you guys over there. Absolutely good time. Like, I really enjoyed the game analysis and the chatting. Oh, I think you're insane, DeProwl, for not liking your position. I don't know if you didn't want to see it in the computer, but like, you were always better. I cannot, in the nicest way possible. I can't believe you thought you were worse here. Like this, I thought you played. I thought the opening was good. Yeah, you control the center. Your pieces are well developed. C4 was very well timed, and here it starts to become very clear. Very surprising to me. C takes B5 is. Oh my gosh, yeah, C takes B5 is a mistake technically, because it allows Rook FC8 and Bishop F8. Yeah, that's sneaky. Anyways, the raid is about to go, so everyone have a great night. And show Squirrely some absolute appreciation and love. And we will catch you tomorrow.